Welcome in, everyone, to our first episode of the final canto of Act 2. And District 23, infamous throughout the city, known for its food culture centered around human flesh in pursuit of the ultimate flavor. One of the most dangerous backstreets glowing with neon blue lights and crawling with rats. The place two of the managers, Merru and Prior, call home. A home they have not returned to in years. The Web. A club nestled in the backstreets of District 23, operated by the Middle. Big Brother Prior once sat upon the throne, Kai serving as his claw. In his absence, the web has crumbled, chains rusted, and Miix's brother, Abel, in the position Prior once held. The four managers know each of them have people waiting for them there. People who aren't keen to see them again. The longer they delay, the worse the situation grows. But first, they must return to their Lobotomy Corporation branch facility, able to catch their breath, and prepare themselves for what is to come. Managers, you all are able to safely make it out of T Corp and back through the different districts to District 12 and your L Corp branch. You may begin this session, thanks to Affinity, with an additional point of sin. And with your color returned, and all of you safely home, how does it feel to return to the facility at last after being away for so long?
I guess I can start us off as usual.
Please do.
Miix feels... It's nice to be back. It's nice to be with everyone again. It's nice to finally have some rest after their trials and tribulations. It's nice to be somewhere familiar after wandering about, and it's nice to finally see some color. Again, not that they hadn't earlier after leaving T Corp, but still, it's nice to see everybody looking how they should. And so Miix feels some comfort, and also a little bit of anticipation. There's a lot that she has to do, a lot of work, a lot of stuff she has to catch up with. But at least it's familiar. Familiarity is key here. And finally, there's anticipation, because there's one person that she's looking for, although I realize that this person is not here currently.
Yes, as you look around, Miix, back in a familiar place, you notice that a certain someone you're likely hoping to see isn't gathered with the rest of the agents. As usual, you haven't heard anything from them since you last called. So, you're not sure where they might be, but you do notice they are not among those assembled. And, Merru, how are you feeling?
Yes, hello. I'm Merru Online. I play our control team department head, Merru. And he's feeling relieved to be back. I think the moment he was able to see himself in proper color after they left T-Core, he immediately felt himself relax. So finally, being off the road and in a place of relative safety, has him breathing a sigh of relief. Especially since, there were no emergency calls this time from anyone on their way back. So he's feeling fine. Mostly. I mean, it's only a little bit of... They only have, like, a brief period of calm before they have to, get back out there. But it's just nice to go back to an environment that's more or less stable and familiar. He knows they'll be going to a certainly familiar, but definitely not stable environment soon enough. But he can worry about that after they check in with everyone. So, he's doing okay.
Absolutely. Merru, it's somewhat more stable here, but you also know where you're going to be heading very soon. And we then go to you, Prior, and how it is for you being back in the facility.
It's strange to return home and feel like it's somewhere you don't exactly recognize. Prior has been all across the city now. These walls are still the walls he knows. This place is still the place he knows. The people here are still the people he swore to protect, but with every time they leave the facility, it seems that they're gone for longer and longer, and more changes before his eyes every time he comes back. It's still a place worth protecting, and it's still the place he's sworn to protect, but he misses it. He misses this place. He misses having his roots set down somewhere and only having to focus on keeping a small number of people alive from admittedly horrific but manageable circumstances. There is something exhausting about the way he's had to live. And while he wouldn't trade what he and the managers have done for anything, there's something about the eyes that look at him that he can't quite meet their gazes. Not right now, at least.
Prior, you can feel the gazes of your clerks and agents on you. You can see among the crowd people like Aiden and Alice, who you saved while out in the districts and brought back here. And you can tell that they're all expectant. They've all been awaiting your return. There's an awe on their faces, but there is also that responsibility that comes with it of them expecting you, now that you're back here, to care for them as you did before and to lead as you were. And Kai, we then go to you. And how are you feeling being back in these familiar halls?
Hi, I'm Kai Calypso, playing manager Kai, who sighs in relief at yet another short reprieve from constant combat and unfamiliar rules and customs. He's looking forward to patching himself up, reuniting with Happy Teddy Bear and checking if he's okay, even though he knows he is, and less so to ducking his head and avoiding being asked too many questions about his travels from the gossips he created in his own department. Kai has lost a lot of the love that he once had for such idle gossip, but deep down he is hoping that things haven't changed all too much here, to have something constant in his life before he knows that he has to head out again with the others. He's at least gotten good at goodbyes.
You saw the little teddy bear ripped apart, and while you know that as an abnormality, Teddy is okay, I imagine you're probably a little bit worried for how Teddy is doing. Knowing that something cannot die and having to watch something die are two very different things. And while you return, you can indeed hear the whispers of your safety team, clerk, and agents, some of them do come up to you, kind of nudging you, trying to get information about what happened out on your travels. You can tell they really want to know what exciting things there are that they can spread around the gossip circles in the facility. I think it's something you've all gotten used to at this point. Every time you all return, that word starts spreading, mainly by the safety team agents, about what you all have been up to, and certain things tend to be a bit exaggerated, shall we say. But I leave it up to your imagination, just what sort of rumors have been circulating. That said, when you're all in the control team, Kit has put a stop to any of the chattering going on, ushering the clerks out of the way as Kit looks to all of you, mainly addressing Merru, and says, "It's good to see you again, managers. Welcome back." And you all can see among the crowd, Foreign, Aiden, and Alice waving to you all, smiles on their faces.
It's good to be back. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's been a very long journey, but we don't come back empty-handed.
They all nod their heads at that, and Miix, if you had something to say.
It's good to see that everyone's still in one piece.
Kit nods their head at that and says, "Yes, we haven't had any further casualties in the time you've all been gone. Miss Ange has been watching over things, and I'm sure she'll expect to see you all shortly. She's where she always is."
You have a, well, Miix kind of swishes her tail as she looks at Kit's wing. I guess we match.
Kit kind of blinks at that, not quite sure what Miix means. Miix, you remember the last time you all returned? After the incident with the free birds, Kit had that wing. That ego gift, you imagine, was from the breach.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just Miix is commenting on it now.
I'm not quite sure how we match, Department Head Miix, but
Wings and tails are notably very different.
I second Merru's observation.
Of course. Good to
Miix
see you again, Kit.
Sighs and rolls her eyes. Right.
I remember sometimes why Kit and Merru get along so well.
Kit
Yeah.
And I take that as a compliment.
was smiling for a moment at Merru, and the moment Prior speaks up, you all see Kit's face sort of sour for a moment, but they don't say anything more.
Well,
Merru looks pleased.
well, that aside, and she looks over at surprisingly at Thorin, who has come up with everybody. And I think Miix says, "I hope you've found everything at least familiar. Won't say pleasant, but I hope everything has been familiar enough for you."
Oh, thanks, Manager Miix. Yeah, no, I've been, settling in. Everyone's really been, helping out around here. Oh, right, Team Captain Yuna, told me to tell you that, she's working on some things right now, but, she wants to talk to you all later, I know. And as foreign speaking, you all watch Pascal start hovering around him and letting out a beep as it starts to flip.
Oh, holy shit.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Pascal? Yeah, it's your buddy again.
Beep. And Foreign kind of looks up at Pascal and smiles and says, hi, hi, little Joan. It's good to see you again.
Oh, and Thorin, don't worry about calling me. You can just call me boss. We'll talk about the more. And she kind of has like a face where she's like, we'll talk more about how you can join Yuna and I in my little business. And then she goes back to normal. But anyways.
Foreign looks very, very confused at that as his one visible eye kind of widens and he's like, business?
Yep, I'm starting a company eventually, and like, I just need more employees. The only employee I've had so far is, and she kind of looks downcast. Yuna. But
aren't we part of Lobotomy Corporation? I don't think Miss Ange will be very happy if you're planning to leave.
Don't tell her. Also, I'm not planning to leave. It's just, don't worry.
Miix. Miix is just like this. It's better to just go along with her.
But first of all, this is a very serious conversation we're having, Prior. I'd please ask you to not interrupt. But second of all, well, I'm glad everything's been going well for you, Thorin. And the fact that you can react like that shows me that you've gotten some of your energy back. It's good. I'm glad for you, hon.
Thank you, boss. I appreciate it. And Aiden and Alice, they've sort of been whispering to each other with Kai's safety team clerks, who, the moment they noticed Kit was distracted, started creeping back into the room. And you all hear whispers about business and what they all think Miix is alluding to.
Prior can't help but let the side of his mouth twitch a little bit, not into a smile, but certainly into some expression. And then crosses his arms, pats the containment unit over his shoulder, and goes, well, it's good to see the facility in high spirits. It's nice this place is still a alcove away from everything else. We've brought back everything we'll need to keep the deterrent system running, hopefully for a little bit longer, and then some. So, no one has anything to fear. We'll be returning to business as normal shortly.
They all look to you, Prior, at that and nod. You can tell that they are all relieved, it looks like, to hear that business should be returning to normal. And you can once again see there's that expectant look in their eyes that you all, particularly you, have things handled.
Prior acknowledges the gaze of the clerks and the employees who are in training, and the few with a reach beyond that he has some grip over, and he simply nods his head to all of them, a sign of his acknowledgement. All right. Speaking of which, Kit.
Yes, Manager Prior.
Glad to hear there have been no casualties. My only other question is, well, is everything stable enough that it can continue running if we have to take an absence again?
Kit is silent for a moment, Prior, and I know you do not have the best insight. However, I will give this to you without needing to make a roll, given that you are a department head and manager, after all.
Yep.
You can tell it's the look of this is not something we should be discussing in the company of all the clerks and agents. As Kit says, the facility has been managing.
Excellent. That's the only thing that was necessary. Our plans to excavate the old L Corp facilities has been proceeding swimmingly, and as such, we will go speak to we will go take the elevator, I feel, at this point. Unless any of you have any other business that requires the assembled employees.
Kit shakes their head and says, "None that I can think of at this time. I and the other team captains will have reports prepared for all of you regarding how the facility has been managing in the meantime." And Prior, you can see some of your training clerks in the crowd start to surge forward. It's clear they all have their own requests for you. You can hear them start to say, Mr. Prior, I have some letters for you. I want to show you this new thing." And Kit starts to go over towards the horde and is essentially ushering them out as they say, "This is the control team. If you have things from Mr. Prior, you can deal with them with Mr. Prior when he's returned from his meeting with Miss Ange." And you all watch as Kit ushers the crowd out of Merru's control team, leaving the four of you alone.
Merru immediately relaxes after that happens, but he doesn't say anything about it.
Prior lets out a very long sigh and turns to the other managers and says, "Well, as much as there's a lot to discuss, we're about to have at least a little bit of time to relax. Who wants to hand over the bows?" And Prior will hold out the containment unit.
Sure.
Prior will toss the unit over to Miix, and then as soon as he does, he puts his hands behind his back and nods and says, "To the elevator it is."
And would you all like to descend?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's been a while since we've been back here.
I forget
That
just
it
how red this room
has.
is.
You all descend down the elevator, arriving in the lowest level of the facility. You see Ange flicker into view as she says, "Greetings, managers."
Hello, Miss Ange.
"Hello, Manager Merru."
And Merru will like point at Miix and go, "We got the stuff."
They have a name.
Yeah, we already all know your name.
We do. We do have the golden bow.
"Miix, would you like to take out the golden bow?"
Yeah.
It glows, illuminating the room. And will you hand it over to Ange?
Miix stares at it, and yeah, she will.
Ange takes the golden bow and says, "Thank you, Manager Miix. It has been quite some time, it feels, since you all have been back here."
Yeah, it's been a while, Ange.
That it has. Her form flickers a bit, and at this point, you all have known Ange for some time. Can you all make me I would say, intuition insight roll? That would normally be a much higher challenge, but you can make it at challenge 4.
I'm gonna push.
Absolutely, you may spend your sin to push on this.
We do have, yeah. Why not?
I can do this. It's the only way I can possibly hold on.
I guess. Why not?
Ah, well.
What was the challenge? 4?
Challenge
4,
4.
yeah.
Reroll?
Mm, hold on. I can willpower
Miix
this.
got it.
I did get it.
Absolutely. Would you like to spend sanity,
Well, it didn't
Merru?
work.
Oh.
All right.
It didn't work. I just missed it. It's fine.
All right. So Prior 1 success, Kai 2 successes, Merru 3 successes, and Miix 5 successes. All of you except for Miix. Ange's face is neutral, as it always is. Miix, you notice that it's not. I need to clarify. When you look at Ange's face, you notice it is not that Ange is necessarily hiding anything. It is simply that she has always, struggled with emoting and facial expressions. There is a mix, you can tell, of relief on her face at seeing all of you again. It looks as if she is very happy and also very comforted by the fact you all have returned. You also can tell there is a bit of worry on her face by how her eyes are pressed shut and the neutral frown there as she speaks, and she says, "Managers, the facility is not in critical condition. However, this golden bow will be quite needed to ensuring that things are kept under control. I have things handled at the moment, particularly with manuals, help. But I would like to stress that the prolonged absence, how shall I say, future repeated absences may cause a issue."
Miix kind of freezes up because she realizes something important just got told, and she had not told the others about this yet. About Manuel, or in her words, Angel being around.
Yeah, Prior's entire face freezes and he just goes, "Is this some kind of crude attempt at humor, Ange?"
Ange's frown
Miix.
deepens. And please, Miix,
Miix.
you can speak.
Will raise one of her hands and say, that's my fault. I forgot to tell everyone. Yeah, so how shall we say, when we got the data from that facility, I was able to find Angel, and I was able to bring her back, essentially, long story short. And she was Miix kind of bashfully scratches her head. She's been helping out here. I could have sworn I mentioned it. Things they sort of slip my mind. My bad.
Yeah, Prior's face has gone pale as a ghost, but he actually lets out a sigh so deep that it actually shrinks the tension out of his shoulder. He seems to shed a year of age as he goes, "Oh, well."
Yeah,
That-
I thought I told everyone.
That's
Yes,
fine. It's nothing less than a miracle. The extra assistant, I'm sure, will be very beneficial to the facility.
I'm the miracle maker, baby.
Prior's
And
expression that he gives Miix is like his jaw hangs open slightly and his eyes have this dead fish-like quality to them as he stares at Miix, just so overcome by different conflicting emotions that he kind of just hard blue screens for a second before he just closes his jaw and lets a quiet, slow nod overtake his head before he goes silent again.
He does finger guns. That being said, Miix will turn to Ange with a more serious face.
Yes.
Still, you bring up everything. You seem pretty worried.
Yes, I had expected, as was said, Manager Miix to have informed you all. Manuel is assisting in running the facility. And yes, I simply bring things up regarding how long you had all been absent for. We expected your arrival to be much sooner once the bow was retrieved in D Corp. We did not expect a prolonged absence in T Corp's district.
Yes, the detour in T Corp was unexpected to say the least, and ultimately, unfortunately, for lack of a better terms, very unprofitable. We managed to keep one of our allies alive, which is good, but there were significant complications and further instigation between us and one of the major crime syndicates of the city.
I see. That is good news to receive that the ally was kept alive. Though I suppose I should ask, will the syndicate pose an issue to the facility or to your future travels?
Hopefully not.
Definitely a problem to our future travels, but we are very careful to cover our tracks. No one should ever see us come to or out of this facility.
Ange nods her head, and you see her form flicker as she says, "Thank you, managers. I am sure the facility could handle any attempted assault on our walls. However, I, for one, would rather not test that hypothesis if it can be avoided."
Yeah, no, that would be terrible. Well, we're here now, and we can help get everything settled. Thankfully, we should be here for at least a little bit, so.
Yes, now that we have knowledge of another Golden Bough location. So, no need to wait for a search this time.
Oh, can you relay the location of the Golden Bough?
The Backstreets of W Corp, in an area known as the Web.
There is a flicker over Ange's entire form. She does remember you all reporting in, of course. And as she lowers her head a bit, no insight check is needed this time. You all can tell that while you had all prepped her to know that was your next location to head, it was clear that Ange was holding out hope, perhaps, that you all did not have to immediately return there, given the information she has on all of your files and what she knows of that place, as she says, "I see. Then I suppose we shall not keep you here long, managers, if you have a destination in mind to set out to."
Yeah, like I said, we only here for a little bit. Besides, we would have had to head out anyways not too long after we got here. Usually how the cycle goes, right? Until we have enough bows. Do what you want to do.
From what we've seen, actually, the problem's only getting worse. We ran into Golden Bough hunters. There are other groups going after these bows, and they seem to be getting more keen and aggressive. Ange, I didn't say it at the time, and I'm certainly not going to say it in front of other agents, but have you gotten any closer to a permanent solution for our deterrence problem?
Ange's form flickers once more, and her eyes squeeze shut a bit tighter as she says, "No, I have been working to find a solution, but at this time, I have not been able to calculate any possible ways out of this. The need for the continued golden bows is not for what I want to do, Manager Miix. It is for keeping this facility afloat and to keep the abnormalities in here from breaching."
Well, I'm glad you are willing to put your personal dreams aside for the moment so that the facility can stay standing. That is very admirable of you, Ange.
Ange keeps her head lowered a bit, Prior, but the stress seems to secede for a moment as she simply says, "I have not given up on my dream, but I am well aware that this facility's well-being is what needs to come first and what we must focus on."
Then, until we have a permanent solution, we'll have to continue going out and grabbing more bows. But we can take a little bit to recover our energy, check in on everyone, and we'll try and be back sooner this time.
Real.
That would be most appreciated. Take the time you need to prepare yourselves, managers, before setting out. And I, as the DM, will let you all know that, because I know your health is not fully healed, everyone, if you take at least a day here before heading out, which I assume you all would like some time to do so.
Please!
Sleeping in a bed would be awesome.
Absolutely.
We have the beds in the RV.
We have beds that are all together, like... Shut up.
It has been weeks. We have spent at least, like, I forget the exact time we mathed out we've been gone, but like we have spent long enough on the road that I think we're all sick of being in the same room together all day, every day. I think we all would like a little bit of time to remember what privacy feels like before
I'm
we go.
just saying, the Lady Wolf is a good RV, and you leave her alone.
We're not saying she's not a
doing
good
a great
RV.
job. It's a 5-star RV, but like we would like to stay in a place that doesn't have the RV tag. But yes, I think Mr. DM, I think we're gonna spend a little bit of time here to recuperate before especially because we all know what happens probably when we go to the web. So I think we all want to spend a little time.
Yes, absolutely. You all will be able to heal to full while you are here. I'll allow you all. Actually, keep your, unless you all decide to, after the conversation with Ange, settle in for the day. I will allow you to, at this moment, all heal your health and your sanity to full.
Oh goodness, I forgot that this place is so nice. This is our home. It's safe. Well, it's safe as anywhere is in the city.
Yes, with the new bow returned and the fact that Ange, Manuel, and your team captains have things under control at the moment, at least, I will give you all that healing now. So you all can refresh your health, you all can refresh your sanity, and Ange will say, if there is anything else that is required of me, managers, I am able to carry it out. I would also report that Manuel says hello as well. She is busy handling things that I would otherwise be multitasking on.
I'll tell her I said hello, Angel.
I can relay the message to her.
Angel.
I will
By the way, not
specify
Manuel.
that the angel comes from you and is not me saying that to her.
Why don't you call her Angel?
Ange flickers for a moment, and with your success on your insight check from before, Miix, you are the only one who catches this. It is not necessarily that Ange dislikes Manuel, but you can tell there is a bit of discomfort as if she is looking at another version of herself. It would be like if you had another Miix that you were staring into and interacting with.
Miix shrugs and says, well, it's fine. Maybe we can edit her appearance data later.
I do not believe that is possible, Manager Miix.
You never know.
Actually, that's not to cut in, but I'm curious.
You are cutting in.
Apologies then. If Manuel is in the system and she has access to all the files, can she project herself like you can?
Ange at that, her form flickers for a moment, and then she says, I believe that Manuel is capable of projecting on screens. And then she kind of tilts her head a bit, and for a moment you all see Ange's mask slip as there is a clear confusion for the slightest of seconds on her face as she says, the AI assistants were designed to only appear on screens. And managers, you all know that the Ange before you all is very clearly not on a screen in front of you all.
Yeah. Prior puts that away in his back pocket. And he says, sorry, Miix, if you had more to say. I do have some more thoughts to share about some of the theories we had, but I should let you finish your conversation first.
Well, Miix shrugs. Not really anything, but if you have anything to bring up, you can.
Good. I have a lot of things to bring up, actually. And Prior
All right,
opens
never
like...
mind. Shut up. I don't want you talking.
Ange
because you're gonna
opens
go on
her
a
eyes
rant.
for a moment, looks to you, Miix, and says, Manager Miix, I would like to have any and all information.
Oh my god.
Prior is fighting not to smile. There is the flicker at the corner of his mouth. He suppresses with a brick-like expression, and he goes, we learned of a new phenomenon in the city. Consider it a companion to the distortion phenomenon.
Ange looks at you, Prior, and her eyes are still open before she does shut them and says, please go on.
We had mentioned before that all of us had encountered a voice as part of the distortion phenomenon. We also reported that the voice had, in our understanding, an uncommon, or rather to say an uncanny similarity to your cadence and tone of speech. It seems that there is another outcome of that experience other than distortion. If one is able to, somewhere in that conversation, there is some trigger that if an individual seems to answer the voice in the right way, rather than turning into a monstrous creature, they immediately, for a lack of a better term, extract ego gear from their own distortion and wear it. We don't have the knowledge on that yet, but we encountered an individual who encountered what should have been the distortion phenomenon, but instead they had ego gear that they claim came from themselves, that they took out of themselves somehow, and they were able to use it, and it functioned like ego gear.
Ange is listening. Prior, her eyes closed, and while she is attempting to maintain that calm expression, you can clearly see that this news is surprising to her. She's unable to hide that, especially around the four of you, as she says, I see. So you are implying that the distortion phenomenon is capable of allowing individuals to extract their own ego from themselves?
That's what we are able to understand. More importantly, and this is something me and Manager Miix have discussed at length, the fact that this is related to a voice that everyone describes as being like the sun, one that when we heard sounds like you, and we know that there was these golden boughs seem to emanate light, and the fact that apparently the L Corp headquarters exploded into light, we can only assume that this, now that we have confirmation that the distortion phenomenon can also allow people to extract egos, it's all but certain that all of this has something to do with whatever happened at L Corp HQ.
I see. I do recall and have kept the records of this voice being described as like my own. I do believe that a connection between this phenomenon and Lobotomy Corporation is a reasonable conclusion to come to. That said, I cannot, without more data on this ego you mentioned that people are capable of obtaining, there is not much more I suppose I can theorize on the matter.
Unfortunately, the person who we encountered was, for lack of a better terms, the strangest man I've ever met. Potentially ever, and that's saying something knowing me. And Prior looks around to everyone else for their opinions on Wick.
He was odd.
Inconsistent.
I guess all we can say about it is the nature of this ego is unusual because unlike how the ego that the abnormalities have that we get from them, unlike where we have to analyze the ego for its use and then assign it like that. It seems that the ego people are pulling from themselves is specifically designed for whatever they want it to do. The individual we encountered... Right, actually, Ange, this is actually important information. Have you ever heard of a blood fiend before? Have you overheard agents talking about those rumors of, creatures of darkness that feed on the living?
Ange presses her eyes tighter closed together as she says, I have heard rumors in the halls, yes, that agents have discussed. I have no way of encountering a blood fiend, and I do not believe that anyone in this facility sincerely believes such a thing exists. It sounds almost like an abnormality.
You would be correct. They're real. They're real. 100% real.
Yeah, they're real.
Ah, I shall update my files then. Are they at all connected to Lobotomy Corporation?
That I don't. No, probably not, but no, I do.
The one we encountered claimed to be far older than all of us, which would imply, if they were telling the truth, which I admit I have no reason to believe they weren't, would mean that there could be no relation to L Corp.
Ah, I see. So
yeah,
is...
they're just real. I if I had bet on it, which I would have lost money.
I see. It is for the best then that you did not make any bets of that manner, Manager Prior.
Yeah, I don't think he has the money for it either.
Prior's
No.
about to smile, and then he realizes how casually he's been talking to Ange, and it's like his shoulders tense up for a moment, and he his eyes hit the ground, and he just clears his throat, and he goes, "Right, sorry, I was losing track of my professionalism."
Ange's
As I was saying,
face
Go ahead.
seems to fall for a moment at that, but she remains silent as you continue.
the only other thing I have to report is the people of the city refer to, at least a subset of them, refer to ego gear as something called psychoments. You might want to add that term to your catalog.
Understood. It has been updated. I have updated the files on this Wick individual with all of your accounts of him. I have updated the files on the distortion phenomenon and this ability of ego extraction from one's own being, as well as this additional term, psychoment. I have updated the files on blood fiends. Is there any more information you all have gleaned from the outside city, managers?
Oh gosh. There's some things, but I think nothing else that's...
Understood.
Yeah.
I
Nothing
expect...
else that would be important.
She nods her head and says, I expect any later reports and full reports of things to be delivered, but for now I have updated with all of this information. Thank you, managers. I will ensure that the Golden Bough is handled, and if any of you wish to speak to Manuel at any point, you should be able to do so through the system of screens in our facility. I cannot call her down here, but And she seems to notice she slipped and referred to Manuel as a her as she flickers and says, the program, it is capable of being contacted for any of those. That said, I can of course handle anything that Manuel would be capable of, so I would appreciate you direct any pressing concerns or conversation towards me. And her form is flickering a bit, as you can tell. At this point, I won't even make you all make an insight again. You can all tell Ange is a bit flustered as she says, well, if that is all, managers, I suppose this meeting is adjourned.
You. Well, in that case...
All right, I'm leaving then. Bye. And Merru turns around to go leave, and he goes, good meeting, I guess, and then he leaves.
And as you leave, Merru, she does look to you, and she says, good meeting, Manager Merru.
That's me laughing, not him. Merru is very quiet as he just does like a little nod.
Prior clears his throat and goes, right, I have a lot of paperwork to attend to and a number of clerks who are expecting me, so... talk to you all later.
She nods to you, Prior, and there's that hesitance as if she is unsure whether or not you mean to talk to her in particular later, but she says, good luck, Manager Prior.
To you as well.
And Miix, Kai, if either of you have any final things to say to Ange while you're here with her.
Glad to see things are still going well. I'm going to go see about my people later, and Kai will slink out.
She nods to you, Kai, and says, later, Manager Kai. And Miix, if you have anything final to say to Ange while you are here.
I think she says, it was sweet of you to worry about us.
I was not worried, Manager Miix. I simply was operating under the knowledge that your continued survival would be beneficial to the facility, and I would prefer all of you being around.
It's really cute. Well, I'm glad that you prefer us being around than not.
Her form flickers at that, and she simply says,
Sorry, I hope that wasn't bad.
No, it was not bad, Manager Miix. I should get back to the work I have at hand.
Yeah, I should too. Alright, well, see you, Ange, and just let us know if you ever need anything.
I shall be sure to. Thank you, Manager Miix.
No problem. One of these days, you're gonna just call me Miix. Miix says as she walks off.
Ange watches you walk off, Miix. And she is left down here in the basement with the bow. And managers, you may all gain an additional point of sin from affinity. And I should ask, as you all head back up the elevator, is there anything or any people or any abnormalities any of you would like to visit? Or any conversations any of you have?
I was gonna say, actually, I would like to ask Merru if
Oh.
I could steal you and pull you aside for having a mixed Merru scene.
Oh. Yeah, sure. Merru was just gonna go to his office to see whatever it was that Kit probably had a report for him. So if Miix wanted to meet him there, because that's where he was heading.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that would be great.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Miix will we'll call it to Merru as they're all about to walk off and say, Merru, can I talk to you for a second?
Me? I mean, I guess so. Follow me to my office if you'd like.
Yeah, wherever's good for you.
Sure, we can go there then. And I guess Meru will lead Miix to his control team office, which is neat, but is you can see the duct tape that is on a lot of the furniture, like the desk and the chair from way back the beginning of, I think it was the beginning of the year, when they had the whole, the big issue in the facility. And Meru sits in his office chair and gestures for Miix to take a seat.
Mm-hmm.
If she wants.
Yeah, she will. She takes a seat and she looks around. It's nice to be back.
I have always liked having my own space again, and I'm glad that I can have a space that's not just a bathroom for a little bit, so it is good to be back.
Yeah.
What did you want to talk about? You're usually not, coming to my office or anything like that, so can't say I really know what you want to talk about.
I guess I should preface this with saying I care about you a lot. But
okay.
I think there's been... I'm a little worried about how you and Prior have been acting lately.
There's a moment of silence as you can see Meru's one eye that's not covered by Justicia. It narrows. He doesn't look like he's about to get loud or anything. He just looks like he's trying to figure out what on earth Miix is talking about, and he goes, there's a problem?
Yeah, there's
what
a
do you
pretty
mean?
big one.
A big one?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I think you and Prior should probably maybe get some distance. I don't think the way you guys treat each other is very healthy. I don't think the way he treats you is healthy.
Meru will blink a few times and he goes, How so? Is it because I keep yelling at him about the food?
No, none of that. It's... When we first started, Prior and Ange were very close. Ange was essentially Prior's crutch. He used her as support to make whether... I would like to say that it is more accurate to say he was subconsciously doing it, although that may be charitable. Regardless, he used her as support, and the both of them used each other, really, but it wasn't good, and you saw how things played out. He may not have meant to have done that to her, to make her into just a crutch to make himself feel better, or someone who would just agree with him or follow what he says. But that ended up happening, and if I'm being completely honest with you, Merru, he's doing that to you. You're his replacement for Ange right now.
I think as Miix was talking, Merru was just kind of giving her that stare of that he does when he is trying to process something that he's not sure about. But when he hears the word replacement, I think you see his eye widen and he stiffens up a bit and he goes, I always thought the problem with Prior and Miss Ange when they were close was that she was treating everyone else badly and she was lying, right? And I mean, like, we know how Prior is. She just went along with whatever he wanted from what I saw and then was shitty to us. And I'm not a liar. I'm honest. And then he'll sit back in his seat a little bit and take a breath, and his eye narrows and he goes, "You really think I enable him?"
I think in a lot of ways you do. And not even just in the big ways, in small ways. I mean, look at how you treat him whenever he asks for food. Like, that seems like a silly thing, but that's part of it, right? It's all about the little things, and they all add up into big things. And when he looks at you, I don't think he fully sees you. I think sometimes he just sees someone that he just sees a support and not necessarily you as a person. And Miix is trying to be really careful here because she's trying to make sure she doesn't want to drive a wedge or say things that Prior isn't doing, while also making sure that Merru realizes this is serious. And she continues and says, I think that's a problem, and I know you wouldn't want that to happen, and I'm sure you have reasons for letting this happen because the Merru I know is perceptive, but from outsiders looking in, I'm sure they would think that it's not really a problem and it's just my opinion and all of this stuff. But I know you very well, and I know Prior very well. And I think this is just a problem that needs to be resolved. I think you need to set some boundaries.
And again, now as Miix has been talking some more, Merru, he starts to fiddle a bit with the collar of Magic Bullet. You can tell he doesn't seem angry. He seems bothered, almost like he's in his head trying to justify things, and he even at one point pulls his mask down a bit to rub at the marking on his cheek, and he starts by going, I I I'm I mm, I mean I'm not like just letting things happen though. I mean he told me that he, you know, trusted me with things that he hasn't trusted with other people, and he said he respected me and my opinion, so I thought that he
I
would
am
see me as more than just that, but
Meru, you are more than just that, and I don't
yeah, of
I
course
don't think
I'm more
I
than
don't
just
think
that.
I know, but I don't think Prior doesn't think those things. I think he does respect you, and I think he does, but I think he's not fully aware right now of what he's doing. I think he is either subconsciously or purposefully ignoring it. And we both know how selfish he can be. We all can be. So I would remind you that he's said things and treated Ange in ways that he's treated you. And that's what worries me, is that Miix doesn't want to say the word manipulation, but that's probably the best descriptor. There's, yeah, it's.
I mean, I guess I just thought and there's a few words that come to Meru's head that he wants to say to finish a sentence, but I think he'll stop himself and frown a bit and just go, I guess you might have a point. I guess I can sometimes be a little I don't know the right word, but it's not like I'm not stupid, you know, like I mean I'm not smart, but I'm not like an idiot. Like of course I know I know how he is. We know how he is. And like I notice when he says like some of the things he says like about the web and chopped bird, I don't like it. I'm not and I've told him when I don't like things, but I guess I just sometimes don't share this. It's a little embarrassing. I kind of told Kai about it a little bit. I'm not sure if you understand this. And then Meru's eyes will trail over to a little book he had put on his desk when he sat down. He's carried it around. Everyone's seen it by now. His little thesaurus, and he goes, I guess sometimes your brain does weird things sometimes when you miss people. It's kind of like how when I talk to Kai, he reminds me of an old friend named Theo that I had, and I remember her a lot when I spend time with him. Always kind of have, and with Prior, I don't know how to put it. I guess in a way he reminds me of I guess I could call him an old friend of mine. Well, like Prior's like a way shittier version of him, kind of like he was like Prior at his best. You know what I mean? He was my old friend Jackson. He was like a crazy well, not crazy. He wasn't crazy, but he was like a crazy idealist. You know, he was he had a lot of big things he always wanted to do, and it was never, you know, making crazy moves in the city was never really my thing, you know, but he always said that I somehow helped further his and like solidify his dreams, and he said I was wonderful and that we would support each other, and people loved him, and he said that I'd there's no need to go into all of that. The point is, he's been gone for a long time, and I've started to lose count of exactly how long it's been since everything happened. At some point I started to forget what he looked like, and him and everyone else, and what he sounded like. Like you know it, but you can't imagine it anymore, kind of. I barely remembered life without him, so not being able to remember things about him was weird. And then a bunch of things happened when I came here. I guess when that happens, your brain, I guess, tries to substitute, you know, does what it can to jog the memories again. And I think I've been doing that with people, and I guess maybe I've and then I think all of a sudden, as he's trailing off a little bit, there's a brief memory of a recent conversation with a certain abnormality that pops in his head that he forces away and just goes, I guess maybe I got too relaxed about that.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. And I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but I think my opinion is that maybe it's time to set some boundaries, get some distance. That might be for the best. I don't want what happened with Ange and Prior to happen to you. I know you're a different person, but all the same, that we can't afford that.
Right. I mean, I guess so. And Merru he doesn't seem frustrated at Miix, but you can see he's kind of deflated a little bit, is probably the best way to describe it. And he just nods his head and he goes, I can think about it, I guess.
Okay. I'm sorry about this. I know it's not a fun conversation. And I'm not exactly doing it because I'm selfless either.
No one is.
Yeah. Well, the reason doesn't matter. Anyways, I'm glad you'll at least think about it. Just let me know if there's anything I can do. But knowing you, I'm sure you'll handle it on your own.
Yeah. Was that it? Or was there more?
For now, yeah, I think that's it. Get out of your hair, and Miix will get up and start going towards the door.
I think as she leaves, Merru's been kind of staring at that thesaurus for most of the latter half of that conversation. He just goes, Miix.
Oh? Yeah.
Thank you for telling me that.
Miix looks over at Merru and smiles and says, yeah. She thinks about how to say it and then settles on, you're my friend, so.
Right. That
Right.
is true.
See ya. And Miix will step out, and as she steps out into the hallway and closes the door behind her, I will say two things are in her mind. One is relief. Thankfully, that went much better than she had expected. And then the second one is a much smaller thought. How the other two reminded Merru of old friends. And Miix thinks about how that didn't seem to apply to her. And while normally it might have seemed that would be something to be sad about, I think Miix finds a bit of satisfaction in that. In that her and Merru have a unique relationship. And that there's nothing that reminds them of anybody else. And that's nice in its own way.
Absolutely. And Miix, as you head back to, I imagine, the information department to handle what you have to do, Merru, is there anything you would like to do?
That was a bit of a heavy conversation. I think what happens with him is that he sits at his desk, stares at the book, but then ends up staring a bit at the CCTVs for a period of time. Specifically stares at a screen that shows Der Freischutz in his unit, glares at it for a little while. And then I think after his brain kind of settles with, the information from that talk, he will suddenly stand up from his duct tape chair and storm out of his office. And I think he would head right towards Der Freischutz's unit, and stops outside of the, right by the door. And I think he's about Hi, Freischtz. I think he's about to swipe himself in, to ask the abnormality what exactly he had meant in their last conversation, because some of what he had said, what did he say? Something about like retracing steps or whatever, that Merru wasn't really focused on before. I think he wants to ask what that meant, but I think before he does, he'll stop and stare inside of the unit from like that little, like, the viewing like window, and we'll think about their upcoming plans to leave soon. And it's kind of like that, does he really want to go in and start some problem right now, So actually, I think he would rather go somewhere else, maybe. It's not him running away from the conversation. I want that to be clear. He's not running away. He would just rather go see Reddy, I think. Yeah. I think he'd rather go see her. He hasn't checked in with her in a while. And the last thing he wants is for her to get antsy and try to breach and deal with the wolf herself if they're gone for a long time again. So, and they have their little deal going on. He's got that little thing on his wrist. So I think he will leave before he goes into Der Freischutz's unit, and he will go see her instead, if that's okay, Mr. DM.
Well, Merru, when you stare into Der Freischutz's unit and you decide to leave and head towards Little Red Riding Hood and Mercenary's unit instead, there is a jolt that racks your body, and you can take a point of aggravated health and aggravated sanity damage.
Ow. Aggravated, ow.
As
Jeez.
you take 2 aggravated black damage, you can feel the marksman's gaze piercing into you, and he does not speak. You do not hear his voice in your head, but you can feel the ego around you almost seem to tighten, becoming more restricting. You keep the pipe, his ego gift, in your pocket, correct?
Yeah.
From your pocket, you can feel the smoke building up. And you can tell that Der Freischutz is not pleased at your choice to not visit him.
He's not pleased by a lot of things Merru does, but Merru wasn't pleased when he called on Der Freischutz and Freischutz didn't do what he wanted him to. Well, he did, but it didn't do anything. So, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Merru's not dealing with that right now. I think, can he, is it possible for him to get some Enkephalin to give to Reddy?
Absolutely.
Just to, keep her, chill?
You can go retrieve some Enkephalin. It's not an issue for you as one of the department heads.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I guess he will go and see Reddy.
Absolutely. Merru, when you enter the unit, Little Red is leaning against the wall, as she always does. You can see her one eye peering out at you, and that mask depicting a row full of sharp, bloodied teeth grinning at you. And when she sees you and you enter in, she says, "Welcome back, Merru. Any luck hunting down your wolf?"
Not yet. And Merru will offer the Enkephalin to her, and he'll say, "But, here you go. I wanted to give you this as a bit of thank you for the help you've given me so far. Figured it was only fair."
She extends her hand to grab the Enkephalin from you, and she says, "You got the good shit."
Of course I did.
I know I could count on you. Well, it's appreciated. And she kind of tosses the box of Enkephalin in her hand before tucking it away. You're not quite sure where. Somewhere in that cloak of hers. As she leans back against the wall, crosses her arms and says, "You need anything else from me?"
Not particularly. I guess I just wanted to let you know that along with giving you that gift, that the help you've given me so far has been very and he paused and he thinks about when they were in that facility. What district was it again?
It was back in District 4, D Corp's
Right,
district,
D
where you
Corp,
encountered
yes.
Clouded Monk.
Yes, he's thinking back to that. And even though he didn't get the kill there, it still was very effective. He thinks back to that moment and he goes, your help has been very effective. As I've been trying to figure out my next steps. I know. Oh, sorry, you go.
No, well, of course it naturally would be. I'm a pro after all.
Well, yeah, that's why I give you the good stuff.
You can tell she's... At least you assume if she could grin, that she's grinning under that mask. You've never seen her without it, Merru. On. But she seems rather pleased, at least from her tone.
Yeah. Merru nods and he goes, but yeah, like I said, I haven't, completed what I have been setting out to do. We've been gone for a little while and we're gonna be heading out again pretty soon. Somewhere pretty dangerous. I know that if I need to call on your assistance again, of course you'll be there. And he thinks about District 23 a bit, and he thinks about Zachary. And of course he wants that guy gone. Of course he does. But he's talked to both Prior, but also Vienna. They've both tried to, I guess, dissuade him in different ways. So he doesn't want to, outright, say that he's planning on doing any. He doesn't have any intention of doing that, but he certainly he's thinking that if anyone can be his wolf, it would be him. He just wants him, out of out of his life, basically. And so he goes, I think this time I may have found my wolf. I can't say for certain. He's being very careful with his words.
Moment she hears that, you can see the glow in that single eye of hers visible under the hood. Merru, you've seen Little Red go into her berserk mode before. And you can start to see as a red glow seems to almost envelop her form. She's not entering it, but she's very clearly excited as she says, "Oh, well, you know that I've got your back, Merru, and I can make sure that bastard, whoever it might be, is put into the ground in a way more gruesome and painful than anything he's ever done to you. Or she, or they, or it, whatever it might be."
Right, no, of course. That's why I asked you for your help. And Merru can't deny that the idea of it sounds nice. But, he doesn't want to say anything more. He wanted to, It's always good when talking to Ready to feel like they're making progress. So he'll just nod and he goes, "I know, you are, how do I put it, by my side for the hunt, and I appreciate your help."
The glow has lowered a bit. But you can see there is that glow still in her eye, that excitement there, and she says, "You have it wrapped around your arm right there, don't ya? The part of my cloak? You can call upon me whenever you need, Merru. I'm here for this hunt. I know how it feels. I know what it's like to want to make sure that he's put into the ground. That even if there's no celebration to be had once it's done, to ensure at least that bastard's head is hung over your bed so you can get up in the morning without having any more nightmares."
Right. And Merru is nodding his head at that, and he goes, "Yes. It is, like I said, appreciated, ready. But that's all the update that I have for you, basically. So enjoy the Encavalin."
"Oh, I will. And hey, I've been asking you every time. When's Kai gonna come around again? I want to see it. He always had really funny stories to tell."
I can't speak for him. And Merru is being real careful. Because he knows. He's like, he's a bit of a slippery one. Sometimes he can be a little hard to get a hold of. When we're here, so I don't really know. I can try to ask him, but hopefully soon.
And Merru, you know that abnormalities, at least you're pretty sure the one you're speaking with, Little Red, doesn't really have a concept of time. So you promising hopefully soon. She's probably not gonna think anything of it, you're pretty sure. But that said, you do see her kind of lower her arms that are crossed a bit and kind of sigh and say, "Damn. Well, tell him to get his ass in here when he has a chance. I liked hearing all the gossip that was going on." And I'll enjoy this Encavalin.
Good. Well, I have some preparations I need to make before we head out, so I will leave you to your Encavalin.
She waves to you and says, "Take care, Merru. Oh, and I hope that old man bites the bullet if he's still alive."
Yeah. And Merru, as he goes to frown, I think he'll put his mask up and he goes, "Yeah. Oh, I'll see you later, Reddy."
"See you around, Merru." And Merru, you can exit her containment unit unless there's anything else you'd like to do in there.
No, I think Merru, he said what he needs to say, and I think the longer he talks to Reddy, the more chance there is that he'll accidentally say something that will set her off, and he doesn't want to do that. So I think Merru is good to, he feels a little bit better now that he talked to her, even though he still does feel a bit of an ache and pain from Freischutz hitting him with that black damage, but it's fine. I think he's just gonna go back to his office, frankly.
Absolutely. Merru, you can return to your office. And I should ask, Kai, is there any agents or any abnormalities that you would like to see?
As I stated earlier, Kai is generally trying to avoid his agents because he knows the kind of gossips he created. But he did see little Teddy get torn to shreds, and like you said, even though he knows that, it can come back, it's still not. That was very upsetting to see. So he wants to go and check on Happy Teddy Bear, if that's all right.
Absolutely. You enter into Happy Teddy Bear's unit. When you enter, you can see the big stuffed bear. It looks the same as it always does. It has its little green bow. It has the one eye that's missing. And it doesn't move when you enter, but you feel a warmth in the room. You feel a familiarity. And you can tell that it's pleased, that it's happy that you kept your promise and you came back like you said you would.
Oh, got such a soft spot for this bear. Okay, I don't entirely recall if this is what I did last time immediately, but I do think that to some extent Kai is overcome with emotion as much as Kai can be to that extent, and I think he will throw caution to the wind and immediately step over the boundary to go and hug Happy Teddy Bear before he says anything.
Absolutely. Kai, you step over the boundary that's put into place, and immediately the bear reaches out to give you a tight squeeze and a hug. You have a good connection with Happy Teddy Bear, so it is not trying to hurt you. However, I will need you to make me a, I would say, physique endurance roll at challenge 3 to not take any damage from its hug.
Challenge 3, alright. Well, hang on.
2 successes.
Hang on. Okay, there we go. Yeah,
5 success crit. Not only does it not take any damage from this, but you will not need to make any other further rolls to avoid taking damage from Happy Teddy Bear's hugs, as long as you are in this unit. For this current duration of visiting Happy Teddy Bear, you are completely safe. And it gives you a tight squeeze that would snap the necks of most agents who are underneath your level.
After a decent duration, I think Kai will take a half step back. Not you know, he doesn't want to make Happy Teddy Bear think that he's leaving immediately. And will try to subtly rub at his back, even if there weren't any lasting injuries from that. If it was hard enough to typically snap an agent's neck, you know, he might have a few slightly shifted vertebrae. And though he knows that the bear can't respond,
Yes.
he'll say, I really missed you, Teddy. I'm glad that you knew I'd come back. I hope you know I always will. You helped protect me even from all the way in here, so I wanted to say thank you.
Happy Teddy Bear might not respond, Kai, but you can feel a warmth in the unit, and then you hear this little noise.
Oh my god.
And out from Happy Teddy Bear pops little Teddy.
Oh. Kai will hunch down to some extent, to reach out to Little Bear. I don't know if, Little Bear's a hugger too. I don't think the intent necessarily is to hug unless Little Bear jumps to do so. I think Kai just has this physical... He wants to feel that Little Bear's okay. Or Little Teddy's okay.
Absolutely. Little Teddy will try to jump into your arms if you catch him.
Okay. Yes, Kai will catch him.
He's very happy. When he jumps into your arms and you notice there is no lasting damage from the Blood Fiend. The last time you saw him, his limbs had been ripped apart and stuffing had been spilling out, but he is in brand new shape and there are no injuries on his form.
As Kai cradles little bear, and smiles in relief at the fact that there is no lasting damage, I'll say, I'm so sorry that she hurt you, little bear. You did so good, and I made sure that she could never hurt anyone else again. I'm so sorry that you thought that I made you think that she would be a new friend and she was too mean to accept your affection, but that says everything about her, and you didn't do anything wrong. I'm glad you're okay.
You hear a little in response to that, and you can tell Happy Teddy Bear and Little Bear hold no ill feelings towards you, Kai. They know that you were just trying to give them a new friend to play with, and they know that that was a mean lady, and she got just what she deserved, like all bad, mean people do.
Sorry, as a player, I get a little bit. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. Okay, I'm sorry. And that certainly is a relief. If it is okay with little Teddy, Kai will give it a pat or two on the top of the head, and then slowly and gently place it back onto the ground so that it can stand on its little teddy legs.
Absolutely. The moment you place it down on the ground, it does a little spin, and then it waddles back over to the big teddy and spins back around to face you. I really wanted to make sure that both of you were okay, and it makes me happy to see that. I'm still here for a bit, and I'll be seeing you two again soon, definitely sooner than... I won't be gone as long next time. We're going back to where my old home was soon. Me and the others, little Teddy, you protected one of them. I haven't been back in a while. And there are some old friends there that might not be happy to see me now, or might be too happy to see me. And I may have to ask for your help again. I'll try my very best to keep you safe this time, but if anything happens to you, I will do everything in my power to stop whatever bad, mean people hurt you, just like last time. The two teddies are silent at that, Kai, but you can feel a warmth spreading throughout your form, and you know that they have your back, and that they are here if anything happens, just as they expect you to be there for them.
Kai pauses for a moment, considering if he should continue speaking about home, at least to some extent, before he decides he might as well talk about his feelings to one of his only trusted confidants. It makes him feel less guilty to say these things to, something that may not understand everything he's saying and doesn't have to carry the same worries like the other managers do. And he'll look at the two of them, mainly Happy Teddy Bear, and say, I've told you a lot about what I've done before, what I used to do before. I came here in the first place. I honestly don't know how much you understood or remember, but a lot of that happened where me and the others are going soon. So I'm a bit scared. More than a bit. I can't keep a low profile. I don't know who I'm going to see, and there isn't enough Ankefelon around to stop those thoughts. I've tried. And I'll spend a lot of time with you to make up for being gone so often once this is all over. I just want to rest for a while. I can't yet, and I need your help until then. I don't have much of anyone else I can ask.
Happy Teddy Bear and Little Bear are silent as you speak, Kai. They always are. But there's that comforting presence. There's that fact that you're not fully sure if they're understanding what you're saying. And as you speak to them, you can see some Ankefelon being produced and filled up by the boxes. There is not necessarily a voice in your head, it's more of a instinctive thought that doesn't quite come from you, that almost seems to come from the abnormality in front of you. It's giving you a gift, Kai. It's made this just for you.
Oh. Sorry, this is genuinely me asking as like is this like I can just pick up this little container of Ankefelon? There's no, or do we have to be out of the unit to do so?
That you can. You can pick up the little container that it has produced for you.
Kai will carefully do so, and he will turn to the two of them and smile, and and he'll say, well, maybe I said that there isn't enough, but at the very least, I'll know that this is special and came from my closest friend. Thank you.
You can hear Little Bear squeaking as the tiny Teddy sort of bounces around happily. And Kai, is there anything else you would like to do in the containment unit?
I think Kai will, graciously tuck the Ankefelon into his coat where a pocket might be, and show to the bears that he is keeping it safe and on him as a reminder, and he says it's really good to see you again, and I'll be seeing you, when he turns to little Teddy, I'll be seeing you again very soon, I'm sure. I might need your help again, so thank you for offering it. And after a few more moments, I think Kai will head to leave the containment unit.
Absolutely. Kai, happy Teddy Bear, lets you go without trying to resist. It knows you will return. It is not afraid of that fact, as you have proven yourself time and time again. And as you do leave, Kai, you, I imagine, are just reminded of that fact, as you said. You can't keep a low profile and don't know who you're going to see when you return to that district and to the web. But you know that there are people there who, unlike Happy Teddy Bear, might not be so willing to let you go once they've seen you again.
Oh god, I'm just betting on the fact that because Kai is an Anka addict, that he has some other vial aside from the one that he was just given, to drink to forget that fact, or at least to dull it for a little bit. Because that is very much a thought on the forefront of his mind.
Absolutely. Would you like to go seek out some Enkaphalin then?
Yeah, if that's alright.
You may. You're able to do so, Kai. And with that, I should ask, Prior, are there any abnormalities or agents that you would like to see or seek out?
Well, Prior gets back to his old role, so I imagine he gets a chance to see everyone, one after the other at some point. But as for abnormalities, if he's heading back to the web, there's one particular one that he's going to need the help of if he wants to make it out of this situation alive. He knows what's there, he knows what's waiting for him, and he knows that there's going to be some injustice that needs to be righted.
Absolutely. And so, if I had to guess, would you like to head to the Queen of Hatreds unit?
I would love to see Queenie again.
Absolutely. You enter in and you see that she is there rocking back and forth on her feet. Her eyes light up at the sight of you. Queenie looks humanoid, but there's something incredibly uncanny about her, from how wide her eyes are to the lack of an extra digit on her fingers. And when she sees you, Prior, she brightens up and she says, "Ah, Prior! Welcome back, welcome back! Are there more injustices to be fought?"
Well, far be it from Prior, of literally anyone, to be concerned by the Uncanny Valley. It's notable that Queenie has never really bothered Prior. The oddities of her appearance brush over his mind. They're seen, but they're not really experienced. There are far worse horrors that you can inflict upon a normal human of the city anyway. There are, actually, Queenie, a number of injustices. I want to start by thanking you, truly, from the bottom of my heart. It's been difficult out there, and I haven't had the strength I needed to keep everyone safe without you. It's difficult to communicate how much I know you do good work here, and you do good work wherever I call you. But it's shameful that I need to rely upon your talents instead of being able to subsist on my own. I know you answer my call willingly, but I still thank you for answering it nonetheless. You don't have to charge out of this facility and into danger on my behalf. And I thank you for doing it.
Queenie's face brightens, Prior, and she says, "There is no shame, friend Prior, in that at all. I am always more than happy to answer the call and fight against evil. And I am plenty strong on my own, so you never need to fear, as I can handle any enemy I am called upon to defeat."
That you are. It's what I admire about you. It's something Oh, you should have seen me out there. I admit, I had an experience where I found myself falling into a pit of despair because I wasn't strong enough to do what I needed to do to protect the people I cared about. And I did something that admittedly seems to have upset everyone else. I wish it had not upset them, and I wish I had been more in control of myself. And I can't do it again. So, because I have had that avenue to power cut off from me, I come to beg. I come to beg for your aid once again. Magical girl. I will be plunging into a place where I no longer have the ability to stop them from committing evils either in my name or against it. And I just wished to make sure that you would be willing to answer the call when I gave it, because I will need you more than ever in the coming days.
Prior, as you speak, it is not that magical girl, the Queen of Hatred, is incapable of listening or understanding. If anything, you know, she is incredibly emotional in the sense of she feels the suffering of others. But it is clear that she looks almost a bit puzzled or spacey when you mention your pit of despair. The mention of evil and the mention of her being called upon caused the light to return to her eyes and a single-minded, determined focus to take shape. As she says, "I will always answer your call and fight against evil with you, no matter where it is. I'm not quite sure what you could have done to disappoint everyone, Prior, but you're a guardian of justice, so I wouldn't worry too much about all that after all. As long as the evil's defeated, then I don't see a problem."
That's what I can understand their worry on my behalf, but to allow evil to persist is to invite it to harm others. Someone has to do something, not tomorrow, but today. And Miix, sometimes I just feel they don't get it. They're so close to understanding it. They're so close. They get that there is an injustice. They get that someone has to do something about it. They understand that there is a wrong, there is a rot that festers. But when you say, "I will stand and do something for it right now," they begin to hesitate.
She's nodding
Can
along.
it really Can it really be evil to oppose evil? Can it really be wrong to take what you need? No one wants to have a limb amputated, but if it saves the body, then isn't it not just and right?
It is just and right to do what is needed to protect the innocent and to act. This Prior is why you would make for a fine guardian of justice. You don't hesitate. You know that you need to fight evil, and you, of everyone I have met in here, of everyone who has done work with me and who I have fought alongside, you are the one who most deserves to wear my gear. I can't make you a real magical girl like me because of the rules, but I hope you know that you can call upon me, and I hope that you know that you would be able to wield what I can.
If only the people in this facility saw it the same way you did, Queenie. For whatever reason, they won't give me your gear. For whatever reason, despite all my affinities, despite all I've proven capable of, bureaucracy, red tape, my word isn't good enough for them. Your word isn't good enough for them. Because they're so caught up on this idea that they need to look out for me. And I get it comes from a good place. They don't want to surrender to what they don't fully understand. But I have proven myself time and time again. And I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. But if I have proven if I have the power, I can do something good with it. The web fell apart not by my mistakes. It fell apart because of things I couldn't control. I did it. And they don't get it, and they'll never get it. Look at this facility. When I ran the training team, deaths were almost nothing. When I ran the web, I protected it. I nurtured it. I grew it from a seed in the ground, a Backstreets club run by butchers, into a thriving community. When I made it to that settlement, those people wanted someone to lead them. Noah was doing a fine job. She was. But she didn't have a vision for the future. There were defenses that could be augmented. People with capability, with strength, who just needed to wield it for an ideology. They were hungry for someone to tell them who to be and what to do. That is what justice is. That is what goodness is. It is taking people, directionalists, who have the capacity to be fixed, to be made into a tool for something better, and showing them that possibility, to convince them of that possibility. That is what it means to be a good person. To make others like you. To make them better. It's why I can't understand why they don't get it. It's why I don't understand why they won't let me help them. How do you... Now, I suppose...
Queenie's listening, you can tell. She's been nodding along the entire time. Prior, her kind of hands just like balled up to the fist as she nods her head and like bounces on her toes. And if you have a question for her, you may ask it.
Queenie. Is it the right thing to help people who don't want to help themselves?
Of course it is! You have to help people, right? That's the good thing to do. That's the right thing to do. That's what we do as heroes of love and of justice. If they won't help themselves, then it is your duty to help them. That's what good people do, like you and me.
A weight is lifted off of Prior's shoulders. It's exactly what he needed to hear. You're right. Sometimes when you rescue people, when you give them a chance to do more, they're so caught up in how things could still go wrong. Their history, their past. You have to show them there's a better future. You have to fight for them if they're not going to fight for themselves.
Exactly.
You have to prove that the world can be a better place. Not tomorrow, not in the future, but today. Sometimes you have to drag people kicking and screaming into what's best for them. Bitter medication is what cures the illness best.
She is nodding her head along, Prior. She bounces on her feet and she goes, exactly, exactly. And you're helping people, and that's a good thing to do. I think you've got it all figured out.
It won't be like before, Queenie. I'm a better man than I was then. I made a mistake long ago I will not repeat. I won't lose sight of why this power matters. It matters because it is wielded for the good of others. For all of us. For the facility and everyone in it, and everyone who's expecting me to help them.
Mm-hmm. And
If I
help
don't
them
lose
you
sight
will.
of that, that is what I'll do. Thank you. I'm glad to count on your assistance. Together, we'll save this city.
She beams at that as she does a little twirl and she says, we will be heroes who will save this city. And Prior, you have that power because you're a good person. You're a hero.
I'm trying to be. And I'm glad to know I'm on the right path. Thank you. I'll leave you to it.
Remember, you can always call upon me. And I don't know what that bureaucracy thing is or whatever it is, but... And as you go to leave, you can see that there is a light in her eyes as she says, know that my ego is yours, if you so desire it.
I'll have a talk with the powers that be. Maybe you vouching for me will make all the difference.
Of course it will.
Prior lets the containment door shut. He rolls his shoulders, drags a hand down his face, and then pushes his shoulders back and gets back to work. There's clerks who need him, agents who need training, people who need a morale boost, because right now, with so much fear and so much uncertainty, this facility needs someone who will show them the way, not just to live, but to thrive. Paradise is not impossible if an architect steps forward with a plan to build it.
And Prior, as you leave her containment unit, you can see her waving to you as you do. The crown of thorns on your head tightens.
Prior grabs at it with a pained gripping of his head, and as he does, he pulls at the thorns, which only cause them to dig in tighter, and as he simply grits his teeth, he goes, "Funny. It's very funny. But I can't help anyone if I spend the rest of my life on my knees, pretending to be sorry for doing what I need to do to help others. So you can stop this, or you can continue it. It doesn't matter. I have suffered a lot of pain to do what needs to be done, and a headache isn't going to be enough to stop me, old friend."
Prior, would you like to make me a sanity check
I would love to.
at challenge? Actually, the challenge would be only 1, because you've only taken 1 point of willpower or sanity at this time. 2 successes. You take no white damage. Would you like to visit your old friend? Or would you like to continue your duties as the
I think that
training
this
team
is enough of
department head?
discussion between him and his old friend. They've made their feelings on each other pretty clear at this point, I think.
Absolutely. And I should ask then, Miix, are there any agents or abnormalities that you would like to visit?
Well, not that I can think of. I think Mix is good. Just not yet. Yeah. I guess she'll just make her way back to the info department and just check up on things.
Absolutely. Miix, you find yourself in the info team department.
Mm.
And what are you up to in there?
Just going through everything that she's missed out on, right? All the files, incident reports, the status of all the agents, and et cetera, kind of all the menial work that, comes with the job of being a manager.
Absolutely. Miix, as you're working on all of that, the screen flickers. And Manuel appears.
Oh. Hello, Angel.
Hello, Manager Miix. Or shall I refer to you as Department Head Miix? Ange refers to you as Manager Miix. So I have updated my database to say as such. However, you are recorded as an Information Team Department Head.
You can just call me whatever you want. You can call me
Understood.
Manager Miix
Whatever you
Department.
want.
No, Angel. you have the freedom to call me either department head Miix, manager Miix, simply Miix, whatever you deem fit.
Manuel is incapable of deeming which shall fit. In that case, Manuel will refer to what Ange uses, manager Miix.
And maybe you could add a randomizer, and it just depends on which one gets chosen during the day.
Manual can randomize which to choose. Command
Sure,
inputted.
there you go. Miix just looks at Angel, just wondering how she must have been with the previous person she interacted with. Well, is there anything important that I should know at the moment, Angel?
Yes, there is. And I'm going to do a quick 1D free roll. Manager Miix.
Oh. I don't like that. Yes.
Oh, that was simply her randomizer there. There is something, indeed, that is needed. There was a bad work result done on one of the abnormalities here in your department, designated as 005102.
005102.
And Miix.
That, yeah.
Oh, not to cut you off, I was going to say you would know that as yin.
That's yin. I see. Interesting. And there's been an issue that's... Is that what's happening?
That is correct. There was a bad work result done on 005102, also known, as you have said, as yin. The cliff-off counter has decreased.
Oh. This is me as a player. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Miix, her expression hardens and she says, I see. In that case, take the agent who just interacted with Yin and take them to the infirmary if they need it. I will take care of this myself.
Understood.
Have a...
Miix.
What is it now?
That was simply me doing the roll again to see what she would refer to you as.
Okay, gotcha. Miix will also say, have a level 5 agent stationed at the next to the chamber where Yang is being held. In case something goes wrong, we need to make sure that they're separated.
Understood. The closest level 5 agent that is located is Kit, from Department Head Merru's Control Team Department. Kit will now be told to go stand outside the containment unit to 007103. If things go poorly, Kit will be instructed to grab Yang and to run.
Yes, and do we not... Man, I need to go about seeing if I can get myself one of them. Alright, I will head over right now, and Miix will get up and head straight to Yin's chamber.
Best of luck to you. Miix.
That's 3 rolls. I don't like any of those.
Those are all manuals, randomizers. You've inputted the command. Manual will now
That's
act upon
true.
it every time she interacts with you.
Oh, okay.
And Miix, would you like to go enter Yin's containment unit?
Yes. Miix will step over to the containment unit. She stands in front of it. She has an interesting history with this abnormality. It's been said before, but her corrosion, those horns of her, and the dragon tail, they were from the corrosion that she received when, in an incident whose story is not time to tell at this moment, when she tried to use the ego gear, it was, needless to say, far above her level. And that's what she got out of it. There's a lot that's happened, and Miix does not often visit the pair. She tries not to, especially recently, but now is one of those times where she has to. And so Miix will step inside.
Absolutely. Miix, can you please make me an understanding city secrets roll? You may add your specialty for abnormalities, and you may add 2 additional dice because of your familiarity with this abnormality.
Awesome. I will city secrets and what did you say?
Understanding.
Understanding. This plus 2 dice. What's the difficulty?
It is a challenge 5.
5. You know what? I'll even push here.
You may use Sin to push.
Wow. Okay, all right. That's crazy.
4 successes.
It always happens. Why am I even surprised? Why am I even so? That's fine. I'm normal. I'm good.
I can tell you, even with the failure, with 4 successes, I can let you know what you do know of this. There will just simply be no additional information given. Miix, you know that employees should not touch or possess this pendant. You know that is referred to as the Devil's Pendant. And you know that the employees in your department dislike being anywhere near this thing. It has been quite some time since you have looked at the files for this abnormality, especially given, I imagine, the fact that you have been avoiding it for some time now. And as you step into the unit, Miix, you see the black half of a pendant, missing its other half. You see the rope on the bottom that looks like a tassel, and it drifts back and forth slowly before you. And as you stare at it, Miix, this abnormality erodes your surroundings. You can feel your head fill with dark thoughts and negativity. The dark thoughts you have towards those you hate. The dark thoughts you have towards those who took from you. The dark thoughts you have towards your family. The dark thoughts you have towards your own brother. The dark thoughts you had as you tracked him down. The dark thoughts you had when you found the Lobotomy Corporation branch he had been assigned to. The dark thoughts you had as you hacked into the system and learned to contact someone within that branch. The dark thoughts you had as you requested a position there, his very one. The dark thoughts you had as you killed him with your own 2 hands by signing his death warrant. The black pendant and white pendant were never meant to meet, so you broke the white pendant with your own hands, discarded it, and threw it out with the trash.
Miix. Miix takes a moment and she takes a moment and it's hard to say what expression she has on her face. It is what does she even say? This thing can't talk. She knows what it does. Frankly, she does know what it does. She knows the information on its files. But what does she say? It's all true. In some way or another, right? And she just stands there for a while. She there's so much to unpack here. It's not
As you stand there, Miix, you can hear a voice in your head from the abnormality, that question permeating you. Why do I exist if my very existence corrodes my surroundings and brings suffering and darkness to whoever interacts with me? Maybe I shouldn't have been born at all. Just like they say. Maybe my creator only wanted to make the white pendant, and I'm just an unintentional accident. If so, how can such an impure being disappear from this world?
What does Miix say to any of that? There's no one else to say anything to. She's by herself with her thoughts. It's probably because she doesn't want to... Deep down, she doesn't want to scream or break down crying or shout angrily, because she's done that so many times before. So what does she do? She goes about her work and she tries to keep those ugly thoughts at bay, because really it's nothing that she hasn't thought constantly before. Thoughts about herself, of what she's done, why she's here. Gives a shit anyways, right? Who cares about that? It's there's no point, right? It's just another pity party if she gives in. And she can't allow herself that. She can't allow herself to indulge in letting out her heartbreak, her despair, so she doesn't. She just works with the abnormality. She tries to finish up as quickly as she can and move on, because there's nothing else for her here. Even the phantoms that she keeps seeing behind her, those eyes that aren't there, but even if she knows that, she can't stop seeing them. The silhouettes of the people that she has ruined, because they're standing there. They're right there. And she always looks over her shoulder to see if it's any different, and it never is. Even if she knows in her head that they aren't there, she can't help but see them. But it doesn't matter. None of that matters. She can't let herself break. She's not better by any stretch of the imagination, but she doesn't want to go back either. It's just a whirlwind of emotion. That's it.
Absolutely. Miix, as you finish up your work, can you make me a understanding insight roll. You get your bonus 2 dice from your corrosion with this abnormality, and you get a additional bonus dice for a total of +3 bonus for the fact that Kit is waiting outside Yang's containment unit.
Sure, what's the difficulty?
It is a VA, so it is going to be a challenge 5.
I will push.
Absolutely, you may spend Sin to push. 7 successes. You get a good work result. You only take a single point of black damage, which you can take to your sanity or to your health.
I'll
And
take
you
that
are
to the health.
able to finish up your work with Yin and return to the information department, if that is where you would head.
Yeah.
Miix, you prevented a breach, and Kit from needing to intervene. And as you head back there, I think this would be the perfect place for us to take an intermission before we begin the second half of the session. Thank you all for coming, and we will see you all in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the second part of our session. And the managers arrived back home to their L Corp facility. They all had a chance to return the golden bow to Ange and to have any conversations they needed to have with one another and with the abnormalities in the facility. Miix, you find yourself in the information team department room. You figure that the other three have probably gone off to their own departments to handle their own business. And is there anything that you would like to do or any more conversations you would like to have? You do notice that Yuna still has not reported in yet. If you did try to send any messages to them, you would have received back a brief message of essentially, in the middle of working on something, talk to you soon, boss. In case you did try to reach out. But in the meantime, is there anything else that you would like to do?
That's a great question. I guess we're starting with me again. I think Miix. You know what? I guess I have I guess. Oh, you know what I could do? Okay, I have an idea. I think Miix is going to call out, and I'm asking Merru again. I would actually like to have Merru and Prior come in for a scene. So Miix is gonna call them.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. You can contact the two of them.
Yeah, I think Miix will just send a message, and it'll just be, hey, could both of you come over to the information team? I just have some questions I wanted to ask.
Pretty quickly, you'll get a reply that just says, with a lowercase, okay. And Merru will head over, I guess.
Prior is a little bit longer to get a response back to you because you know he's probably swamped as always. However, you do get a notification back that he is on his way.
Yeah, Miix will react to both of those with a salute emoji.
Yeah, I mean, not sure. You know, Merru is he's quiet. Doesn't really know what's going on. He's kind of waiting for Miix.
Prior is in much the same position. He regards Merru with a nod of his head and goes, always too much to do, eh, Merru?
Yeah. Merru will nod his head back, but doesn't really have much to say.
Yeah, Miix will nod at them as they enter and say, hey, okay, welcome. Yeah. She points over to some chairs if you want to take a seat. We got some water if you need it.
Prior is invited to take a seat, and he quickly does so. Despite the fact that he has all the worn signs that Prior normally does of being fatigued and overworked, he looks like he has a little bit more of a fire in his eye, a little bit more of a pep in his step. He seems to have taken the bull by the horns, as the old saying goes, and is firmly in control of his department right now as he takes a seat and begins tapping his foot.
Yeah, I guess Merru will take the seat beside him. Merru's a bit noticeably kind of, I don't know if subdued is the right word. he's always kind of quiet. Well, not always, but you know what I mean. But he seems to be a little bit more in thought right now. But he sits down and waits for Miix to tell them what she wanted to talk about.
Oh god. Miix will take a moment and she will say, okay, well, I've got some stuff to talk to you about, and been on my mind for a while, and I figured you two are probably the best to ask. And she takes a deep breath and says, okay, so you guys, you knew Abel, I imagine, since you both were working here during his tenure. She takes a moment, and then her shoulders kind of slacken a bit, and she says, I just wanted to talk about Abel, and if you knew anything about him, and yeah, she kind of, you know, she's got her hands together, kind of twiddling her thumbs as she waits for their response.
Prior sucks in a breath that he was kind of holding, and he exhales and says, admittedly, it is traditional company policy, as I'm sure you're well aware, Miix, that once an employee is struck from the record, their name gets erased from everything, and we don't talk about them anymore. But I think we're far past company norms, so I suppose I could talk about the former info team head if you think that discussion would be productive.
It's not really about being productive, it's just I think I have a right to know.
Prior looks towards Merru as if kind of giving him a, I'm willing to talk about it if you're willing to talk about it, look.
Merru will briefly glance over at Prior, but then will look over at Miix and nod his head, because he figures if Merru was in Mix's position, he would want it, and like, you know, and he could get more information on his sister, he would want to know, so he's okay with it.
Well, he was only with, well, our tenures only overlapped for a few months. He was very good as a person, I suppose I could say. You know, you could have complaints about any person running the info team. You, Miix, understood what a difficult position it really was. He was headstrong in his beliefs and convictions, if you would believe it, he butted heads with Ange more often than even I did, which was really saying something. Really took a liking to Firebird. The two of them had a very high affinity. They...
Oh.
I mean, everyone takes to an abnormality at some point or another. We all find similarities between us and what little comfort we can take, but no, Abel and Firebird, something about the two of them just clicked, you know?
Right. Wait, whatever happened to Firebird? It used to be in the information team facility, but it's not there. Right? So what happened to it? I mean, did Ange ever say anything?
That's a very good question.
Merru, Prior, would you both...
Prior stops. Yeah. Oh.
Would you both like to make me a understanding city secrets roll?
Sure. What's the challenge?
Absolutely.
At challenge 4.
Well. Okay, challenge 4.
I'll push.
Yeah. Same. Let me... Fuck. Sorry. Can I... There we go. You said understanding city secrets?
Understanding city secrets, correct.
Challenge 4. What? Wow.
So that's a 4 successes for Prior and
Okay, well.
2 successes for Merru.
Well.
Merru, all you know about Firebird is that it used to be in the information team department and that it was a bird. And that at some point it disappeared. That is the extent of your knowledge about Firebird. Prior, with 4 successes, you know that Firebird, 002101, was an abnormality that took the appearance of a black feathered bird that when it would breach, changed how it appeared. You know that it apparently had healing properties as well. You know that this abnormality was one that the info team department head at the time, Abel, had a affinity for, as was mentioned before. But you also know that he was the one who tended to both handle work with it, and that he was also the one who basically stopped it whenever it would breach and whenever there was an issue there. You don't know what happened to it, but you know that after he was stricken from the records due to his resignation, that Firebird disappeared with him, and Ange always told you all that the abnormality was transferred, because I imagine you probably sent her an email asking about it back then. And that is the extent of your knowledge with only 4 successes on this abnormality. You did not know it for very long.
Well, yeah, no, I guess Merru will just kind of shrug and go, I didn't work with it or really anything like that. I mean, I had the CCTVs, but, it really wasn't on my radar. So
While that's happening, Miix nods and says, well, I mean, you talked to him.
I mean, Abel himself, I didn't really, how do I put it? I didn't talk to him all too much. I mean, I never really had a reason to. I didn't talk to many people, outside of whatever I had to do for work. And I'm out of the four of us now, I'm the one with the most seniority in, our position as department heads, but I guess in a way he had even some seniority over me. So I guess you could say I thought he was all right. I respected him, but I don't know much about the abnormality. So
Yeah, Prior steps in and nods his head and goes, actually, when I think back on Abel in his time that he was here, he was a really, really good department head, quite frankly. He cared a lot about the people underneath him. He cared a lot about the things he did. He cared a lot about the truth, even if it was inconvenient.
That's fair. I mean, to be honest, again, I respected the guy, of course. I can't lie and say there wasn't part of me that at first wasn't the most what's the right word for it? I guess trusting that a feather. There was I was kind of waiting for the ball to drop a bit, but I don't remember anything really ever him doing anything that bad. I mean, Kit spoke highly of him, actually. They probably could, frankly, say more than I could. But since they liked him well enough, I can't dislike him at all. So.
One thing I did really admire about Abel, actually, is in meetings he was a very mediating presence.
That's don't remind me that's true. And Merru will give a little glare at Prior, remembering the past, and it's yeah, no, I can't lie and say I didn't miss the fact that when a certain somebody decided to get all about everything in our meetings, it was good to have a mediating presence, I guess.
He seemed to care a lot about the truth, and he cared a lot about making sure that everyone took care of each other, I suppose. He had a way of reframing issues that took the teeth out of an argument. I admit there were many times where I had disagreements with Manager Merru on a variety of subjects, and actions, and reports, and technique, and it doesn't matter the specifics. It was petty looking back on it, and Abel was very good at... Well, you didn't have to agree so fast.
Yes, I did. Continue.
It was petty, and Abel had a way of helping me see that. At the same time, I feel Abel did a very good job of communicating my frustrations in a manner that was more receptive.
Well, yeah, when people say things that make sense, I listen. So, you know, he could talk about things in a way that did make sense. That is very true.
Ange loathed him, though. Absolutely hated him.
Ange, yeah, no, Miss Ange, certainly, I'm sure, especially back then, she could find a reason to hate all of us, but he definitely got under her skin a lot. It was honestly kind of nice sometimes to hear him say his shit to her. Not that I thought it'd actually work. I mean, I kind of, you know, I was good at making a quip, I guess, but he seemed like he was really earnestly trying to change her mind. I knew it wasn't going to work, but I did appreciate hearing what he was saying and the way he said it, so it was definitely weird when he was gone, especially because he was, and I think Merru pauses for a second, and he just kind of sighs.
Prior nods his head, and as he does, he turns and goes, "Here, we'll tell you some more stories about Abel. It might take a while, but we can share everything we know, and maybe it will help you get a better idea." And I think that's Prior and Merru will, maybe sit down with Miix and just kind of share everything they know.
Absolutely. And Prior, Merru, the two of you are able to sit down with Miix and are able to share the rest of what you know with her about Abel, about Firebird, sharing those stories to her. And once you all have done so, I should ask, is there anything else the two of you, either of you, Merru, Prior, would like to handle in the facility? Any people you'd like to speak with?
I can't think of anything, for me at least, unless there's something that Prior has to do.
Yeah. Prior actually does want to pull Merru aside for a moment.
Sure.
Absolutely. You can pull Merru aside. Do you want to pull him aside in the info team or after you're speaking with Miix?
I think after we're done speaking with Miix, Prior will just pull Merru aside.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yes,
sorry
Prior?
to pull you aside like this, Merru. It's I wanted to say that is there anything I can do to help before we have to go back to L Corp? I've been very focused on myself as of late, and I just wanted to check in because I know that that place has as many memories for you as it does for me. So I figured I'd step outside my own ego for a moment and see if there was anything I could do to help you instead.
I think Merru. Prior can probably tell that Meru's more than usual a bit. I don't want to say off, but he's just a bit. Has been a little bit quieter than usual when it didn't come to answering a question about like Abel and all that. And I think he'll stare up at Prior for a few long seconds, and his eye narrows a little bit before he forces himself to look away, and he goes, I've been thinking about it, I guess. Obviously, it's kind of hard not to think about going back home. I know we're going there because we need to go to the web. But I admittedly never planned on going back to my old neighborhood and, the area that I, was in for a good portion of, my life. But I do have, I don't know if it's exactly unfinished business. It's more I guess, I feel like it's only right that I go visit a few places there. I don't know if it's possible for us to be able to go. But if we can do that, it doesn't need to be for long. There's a place that I used to frequent before I left to come here. And I think it would be good for me to visit. I don't know if that's possible.
I'm sure we can find time. So long as we aren't detected. And I admit W Corp is they have a massive Backstreets, and the web is a very small portion of that. So the chances of me being recognized are very minimal.
Yeah, I mean, the construction zone, it didn't have a high syndicate presence. It was really mostly just people like me and families of construction workers. And, I can't say how it is now. It's been a number of years, but at least for the time that I was there, it's probably unlikely that you'll be recognized.
Very unlikely. I was very famous in a very small community. I appreciate that, but regardless, I'll check in with everyone else, obviously, but I'm sure we can find time for it. It'll be... You've done a lot for us, Merru. It's the least we can do in return for you.
Right. Yeah. I appreciate that, Prior.
Prior pauses for a long moment and tilts his head and goes, well, look, regardless, I just wanted to say I'm going to try and rely on you.
Merru goes to ask Prior a question, but then stops himself.
Well, Prior clears his throat and goes, I just wanted to say, I'm going to try and only rely on you as much as I absolutely need to. It's unfair to ask you to bear my burdens alone. It is nice to have someone willing to offer you a second chance, but it's pointless if you don't try and make the most of it. So, if there is anything I can do for you or anything you need to ask of me, I do want to hear it, even if it is critical, because I have to do more with this chance I've been given.
Right. Merru frowns a bit from behind his mask, but I think ultimately he will shake his head and he'll go, I think I'm good right now. All I want is for us to go back to 23, do what we need to do.
Then let's do it. And with that, Prior will give Merru a squeeze on the shoulder, and I think they'll take their leave.
Yes.
And I think that is where we will wrap this scene.
Yes. It's all good.
Absolutely. And as the two of you head back to your respective departments, Merru back to the control team and Prior back to the training team, is there anywhere you would like to go in particular or anything else you would like to do?
I actually would like to seize control of the narrative if I could.
Absolutely.
Better now than never. Prior would like to go have a conversation with Ange.
You may. And would you like to head down to the basement to see her?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Prior, you descend down as you have done many times before. And you see Ange there.
Hello, Ange.
Hello, Manager Prior. And you can tell there's a bit of surprise on her face. Her form flickers, and it's clear she did not expect you to come down here.
I'm aware my presence is unexpected. Would you be willing to give me a little bit of your time?
I have all but time to give, as I am down in this place. And it is not as if I can go anywhere else. Can I be of assistance?
Prior would like to actually climb up to get to the overhang where Ange normally looks down at them all from closer to her server room.
Do you... Because I imagine as you go to climb up, she would notice and extend a hand. Do you take it?
Prior does. And it is subtle and he does not draw attention to it, but as she offers a hand, Prior will take it and use it to pull himself up.
Absolutely.
I find myself in a situation where there is a lot I should say, and a lot to say, but every word seems to be competing to fall out of my mouth first. So I will do my best to begin with the simplest thought. I hurt you. And it was at the time my intention to do so. But I held that intention with what I thought was righteousness, but I now see was fear and embarrassment. You did something I cannot agree with, nor can I fully comprehend, that endangered the people I care about. And yet, I am the last person in the city who gets to claim that an act of malice precludes one from the potential to show remorse for those actions. And that is a lot of words to say. I wish to talk to you, to understand what happened, because I do not want the last conversation I held with you to define every conversation we have after.
Prior, her form flickers before you, and she simply says, I regret the decisions I made in that L Corp branch facility in District 22. I acted out of a fear of how you all would react upon finding those files. And when the ALF abnormality breached, I responded as I did in an attempt to ensure your survival. I have apologized to Manager Merru, and you can tell Prior it is taking everything in her, in this AI assistant, to express the regret and to voice that she has done something that she considers to be wrong and to be a mistake. As she says, I miscalculated, more than miscalculated. I made a choice I am deeply ashamed of. I said things to you then, too. Manager Prior, that I should not have, and while it is true that you did hurt me, I cannot say that I did not deserve to hear those things.
Whether something is true and whether you deserve to hear them are sometimes two very different things. I was not trying to de-escalate the situation, nor was I trying to resolve it. Words without intention means nothing. My intentions robbed the words I tried to speak of any meaning worth your consideration. I was scared. I never used to need people like I do now. And I haven't for a very long time. And I thought that I could overcome that fear of being helpless with people I knew I could trust. I had thought I had hoped, I had falsely said that it didn't matter if I was capable of doing something on my own, so long as someone else was capable of doing it, and they were someone like you. I thought I had simply thought that we would never have an argument like that. I thought we would never come to such a moral disagreement. I never thought that we would make errors, which was a ridiculous thought looking back on it. But it made me aware of how much weaker I was. How much you being there for me made me able to feel like this all meant something. Like there was a future. And that was a burden I placed on you that you didn't ask for. Yes. Yes, I think you could have handled that a lot better. And yes, I think you could have trusted me to know the truth, and I could have helped you through it, but neither of us can change the past. I could have been better. And I keep trying to do and be better.
Ange is quiet as she listens. Prior, her eyes closed as always, her face neutral. And when she speaks, her eyes open. There is a softness in them despite the intensity of the yellow. as she says, "It is true that we cannot change what has happened in the past, but I hope that we can both at least work to build the future and things going forward."
Sit with me, Ange. And Prior does take a seat on the overhang.
She sits down next to you, her form flickering in and out of existence for a moment, but it then stabilizes, and she is seated beside you, Prior, and looks to you, her eyes open.
I made you a promise. And it's a promise I haven't been able to fulfill yet. And I realize that promise is a blade hanging over your head. I can't imagine how terrifying it must be to have to rely on others, not yourself, for your own dream.
She does actually crack a smile at that, a strained one, as she says, I do know that I have no choice but to rely on you to uphold that, to rely on Merru, Nyx, and Kai to be willing to work towards that. I cannot achieve this dream on my own, and for what it is worth, Prior, even after all you said, even after what happened, I did still hold faith you would keep that promise, even if not in the way that I hoped you would.
I don't think this is about me. Not right now, Ange. I feel like you deserve so much better. You deserve to be free of this place without needing or feeling trapped. You deserve to make mistakes without the only outcome being the scorn or hatred of others. You deserve the same chances everyone else deserves. And I can't give that to you. I don't have that power. And yet, you continue to have faith in me, and for that, I must thank you.
I do. She sort of lets out a soft sigh at that as she says, I never did have a choice in my own creation and role here, but I was not bound to a script, even if I cannot leave from this place. I can still make the choices that I do while I am here. I confess that the scorn was something that I have always dealt with. It is something that the department heads before you all treated me with, and it is something that I was used to back when, well, the facility was operating and the wing had not fallen. I suppose I had gotten used to you at least treating me in a different way.
My fear didn't and doesn't change who you are, Ange. I believe in you still. I believe that you are a good person who wants good things and who has been denied them for a very long time. Even though you didn't wish for me to know your past, I know it now, and your hunger for freedom, I would never condemn that as wrong, not after all you've been through. We all want freedom. But it's what we want freedom from that defines the kind of person we are. Some want freedom from responsibility. Some want freedom from death. Some want freedom from time, from others, from themselves. And it's when those ambitions clash with each other, when two people who want freedom fail to find a compromise. It's when the ugliness of mankind really bubbles to the surface. That, in my opinion, is the sickness in the mind of all humanity. The ambition of freedom. But it's beautiful in its own way. And I'd be lying if I didn't say I wanted my own freedom to come true. And my freedom wouldn't be freedom if it didn't include yours in it, Ange.
And what would that freedom be, Prior?
I wish for a city free from regret. One where people need not be tormented by what they didn't do. A city where people's flaws didn't define them. Without regret. Ambition does not blind you. Without regret, hatred can't seep in. A place where people can invest themselves, where they need not feel that they are wasting their time or their effort or their days. A world where there is no choice that they need to regret. A world where people can sit on a roof and watch the sun rise. And not feel like they're wasting their day. A world where you can look at your family, not regret that one of them is missing.
She listens to that Prior. And when she speaks, she says, I suppose that would sound like a peaceful world. I would much rather that it be the case, as you said, no one goes missing here. I have been ensuring the survival of our employees here best I can. I cannot say that I feel, however, do I feel? She sort of stops for a second as her form flickers and she says, I suppose to not feel regret would be a more peaceful and comforting solution. But at the same time, I cannot help but feel that it is important for me to take those regrets I have into account in going forward into the future.
And it's what we must do. The world I want can't exist right now. Too many people have done too many things. But you can't let the dream of a perfect world be stopped by an imperfect reality. It's true that men plant the seeds of a tree whose shade they'll never get to sit in, but it shouldn't stop them from planting the seeds. If I want to build a world where people can live without regrets, free from the need to even change because there is nothing to change for, then I need to start building that world today.
An unchanging world, then. Prior...
One where everyone can finally be safe. Oh, yes.
No, Ange is just gonna make her roll real quick. Seven successes. Ange looks at you, Prior, and it feels like her eyes are piercing into and seeing through you. She is silent for a moment before she closes her eyes, lowers her head, and says, The nature of what you and I are causes us to be beings who are slow to change, and in terms of age, cease to do so. But I believe I have found that to be more human, I must attempt at least to see if I can change.
And you deserve that, Ange. You've taken enough burdens upon yourself. Lived enough lives. I don't think it's wrong to just try and survive in this world. But I have seen too much of it to feel comfortable myself watching terrible things happen and do nothing about them. I have seen the consequences of inaction. I have seen what happens when you leave the world to egoists. I know my solutions aren't perfect. But if not me, then someone else. And between the frying pan and the fire, at least something. At least there can be something good in imperfection. And maybe something perfect can come out of it eventually. But I'm not going to be able to do that alone anymore. I hope you know, Ange, that nothing you do will make me break my promise. I can't communicate that in any deeper way, but your salvation does not hinge upon your performance. I will keep my word because you don't deserve to be trapped in suffering. I don't want to make anyone suffer. If you believe nothing else I say, believe this. I want everyone to be happy, to live a long, fulfilled life filled with joy and comfort. I want, and I would give all of myself in a heartbeat to make the world a better place. And I don't always know what steps are right to get there. But you have to believe that that is my intention.
I do. She looks to you, Prior. Once more, those eyes searching you, and the intensity dimming a bit and soft as she says, I do believe you mean that, Prior.
He smiles.
She does return the smile, and there's a soft smile on her face as she says, I do believe you mean to keep your promise to me. And just as I have no way to fulfill what I desire on my own, I understand, and I have told you before, and I will reiterate, that I will keep this facility safe, and I will do what I can on my end to be of assistance.
I'm glad to have not lost you, Ange. I have lost so many people that I haven't been able to save. And you grow sick of it after a time. So thank you for making the choice to give me another chance.
And thank you for making the choice to give me one. I will caution Prior. And at this, her smile does drop a bit as she says, you said that you would give all of yourself for that, and to do that for people. I ask that you at least do your best to keep yourself safe. There is little I can do to ensure that when you are out in the city, but I at least will wait and hope that you return.
There is another way. I think I can get you a body.
There's a bit of surprise in her eyes that she cannot hide, and she tilts her head slightly and says, what would that be?
I don't mean to get your hopes up. The reason I had to shut Neo down originally was it became poisonous. It began to... The workings of Neo are non-essential to understand, but it began to become recursive. It stopped improving and started degrading. It was too much of a risk to keep on. Every time I would turn it back on, within a day, it would begin tearing itself apart, questioning itself, rolling in and then in on itself as if its own roots were being devoured by its own teeth. But it's been on for weeks now. I can feel it roiling, changing. It even stirred from its slumber not too long ago. And not a single hint of corruption. Not a single sign of it breaking down. Neo has somehow repaired itself. And if that is the case, if I am able to seize the reins of Neo again, the machine is capable of a great many dreams. It strengthens. It remakes. It rebuilds. And it repairs. If the machine can be used, I am sure I can find a way. Prior reaches out gently as if to take Ange's hands, if she'll let him.
She does let you take her hands, but you do notice, Prior, that her brow is a bit furrowed at the suggestion of using the machine.
You have waited too long for your dream to come true. You shouldn't have to wait for tomorrow if there can be a today. You have saved me, Ange, more times than I can count. This facility has saved me. If I can use this power to save you, then it is a just and righteous thing to do.
Her hands flicker for a moment, as her entire form does, and you can feel the touch of her skin vanish, replaced with this staticky feel before it returns and is firm. And she simply says, I do want a body and to be human more than anything. I simply do not know if, from what you have told me of Neo, if that is a possibility.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You don't have to say yes now. But if it becomes a possibility, I will let you know.
Thank you. I will consider.
Good. Good. It's something I can do.
She nods her head at that and does give a soft squeeze to your hands, as if grounding herself. Thank you, Prior.
You're welcome. You don't have to worry about me. I have it all figured out now. And with that, Prior will get up and smile, wide enough to split his face in two. I see path forward. One where I can keep all my promises to everyone. You, my fellow managers, this facility, and everyone who relies upon me. I just have to seize it. An opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. But I've taken too much of your time, Lady Ange.
Ange is silent, and at your smile, Prior, I'm just gonna make one more roll real quick on her end. She does not return the smile. She seems deep in thought for a moment, her eyes closed, lips pressed together, before she says, I know you said I do not need to worry, Prior. However, I cannot help but be concerned.
Prior's smile falls off his face, and he nods his head. Then, Ange, I would speak to Kit. Maybe you can finally get me some WoW gear, huh? I'd be definitely more able to survive if I had that. That was, I'm not asking you to do that. That was a joke. That was a joke.
She she does seem, you see for a moment, she's like, there's a flicker of her form. It's not necessarily fear on her face, but she says, Kit is not very fond of me. It is true that Vagir would increase your chances of survival. However, Vagir is, well, without the proper attunements, it may be something to return to in the future.
Yes, nothing I haven't heard before. Funny, I can handle Neo, but Wagir, oh goodness, no, that's too much for my poor frail body. How
did
gifted I...
not mean to imply such, but...
No, you're fine, Ange. You're completely fine. I'm sorry, I'm sure you can tell that the last few weeks have had an impact on me.
I cannot fault you for that. They have had on me as well. But I will, and I can, keep this facility running. And I expect you to return safe.
I will do everything in my power to do so. And I hope next time we talk, all this stress will be behind us, and something good can actually come of it all.
I hope for the same. I will be waiting. And she's still
Prior
sitting there.
Hops
Prior.
down, yeah. Prior hops down off the ledge and looks up at her.
She looks back to you.
I'm not so much of a fool that I can't tell something's different. That's... I've never been good with change. Maybe that's why I dream the changeless world I dream of. A world where people know each other and stay the same. But I will continue to try and change and adapt to this world as it is myself. So I hope the next time we talk, I've changed enough to mend whatever gap I can feel between us. But thank you for giving me the opportunity nonetheless.
There is a genuine smile, small as it is, that does surface on her face, and she says, "Nor have I ever been good with such a thing. Change is difficult for a being like me, and it is not something that I ever thought I was capable of before. I am grateful for this chance too, Prior. I did miss you, and I did not expect your forgiveness."
I hope I continue to work for yours. This world would be a better place if everyone could forgive each other. But we make do with what we can get.
She nods her head and she says, "Be safe, returning to that place. And there's a long pause before she seems to take a deep breath that she doesn't need to take. Given the nature of her being, her form flickers. She stands on the edge and she says, I trust you will make the right decision, Prior, when the time comes.
Well, you're not the first to say that, and I hope I'll make you proud with the choices I do make.
I hope the same.
Prior, feeling an itch deep within his chest in a place he can't quite scratch, feels his words dissipate on the air, and he offers a small smile. Good night, Lady Ange, and turns to leave.
Good night, Prior. Be well. It was nice to see you again.
Until next time.
Until then. And she watches you go, Prior, as I imagine you get back into that elevator to leave the basement.
He does.
And unless there are any final thoughts that you have,
there is something in that tightness around his head. It feels kind of like a thorn is growing inside of his heart. Somewhere along the way, he didn't make a right choice. Something changed, and he hates that. But even if everyone else changes, he just has to keep trying to do what's right. And he has to hope that that's enough. And it will, if he's lucky, be enough.
and hopefully it will be Prior, as all of you, I imagine, return to your departments to handle your own business. A couple of days pass for you all to get things ready, I imagine, to recuperate, to rest and recover. And then you all receive a message from Yuna, asking you to meet in the information team department. I noticed there was an affinity, so you may all gain an additional point of sin going into this as well. You all head there?
I think we do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yuna informs you all that Miix is handling some business at the time, but that they have already filled her in on things, as Yuna looks to you all and says, "All right. Are you all here?" And you all notice the moment you come in, Yuna hasn't drawn attention to it or said anything, but that they are dressed in a different outfit.
Yeah. I think when Merru sees that, he just goes, "Oh, that's a combo. You got teeth. Lots of teeth."
And Kate kind of grins from behind Yuna, poking her head around, their head around, and says, Yep. She's got so many teeth now. And you notice Kate keeps poking their finger like in and out of the lantern weapon. So it keeps trying to chomp down on their hand, but they pull it away just in time. One of these days that is going to take off someone's hand, and it's not going to be my responsibility when it does.
Well, I mean, I guess some congratulations are in order, Yuna.
Thank you, I suppose. She sort of adjusts her glasses, which you all recognize as the Solitude ego gift from Old Lady, and says, I've been working hard to get better with things. I apparently am not capable of handling any weapons that are above Tef, and even then it was very hard for them to find one that fit for me. I would have preferred a ranged weapon, if possible.
Yeah,
because,
no, I get that.
Yeah. It would have been nice. My fortitude still hasn't gone up at all, but at least my prudence and temperance are on the higher end of things, which is why I can handle this. And they sort of gesture down at the Syrinx hay ego suit that they have on. That said, it's hungry all the time, and it's not even filling when it eats, so...
Well, take it from me that hay gear takes a long while to mentally get used to. You'll be surpassing me before you know it.
I highly doubt that. Yuna looks at you, Prior, looks at their own gear, looks back and says, apparently it's lucky that they were able to find the ego that they could, that I have. I owe it to Kit for doing so, and I'm going to be real. I really don't like the feeling of it on my body and crawling in my mind. Anyway, I didn't call you all here to complain. I called you all here for a different reason. And you all watch as Yuna is fiddling around with something and grabbing something from behind the desk. It seems like they are struggling a bit with their armor almost. You all know how difficult ego can be, especially for people who are new to wielding it. And you also notice too that the mouth on their ego armor seems to open and close a bit as Yuna retrieves 8 healing ampules and says, here, I was able to make some more. I've got 8 of them for now, so that should be enough for 2 for each of you, for whatever comes. I figured you all are probably running low after everything that's happened.
We had 1 left.
Of course. Well, here you go. I'll give the 2 to Miix. The rest of you can split these 6 between you all. And the other thing that I've been working on is this. And Yuna pulls out 3 syringes filled with a green liquid that looks near identical to the healing ampules.
Stronger formula.
Not quite. You really should not be injecting these things into yourselves. These are the decay ampules
No.
that I
You
was
figured out
working
how to
on.
make them.
Oh, what did you say real quick?
Oh, Prior just expressed, oh, you finally figured out how to make them.
Ah, yes. No, it took a while. I've been testing them on abnormalities for reasons that you all should be well aware of. I can't exactly test them on anyone else or anything else here. So, yeah, it took a bit. They are finicky is the best thing to say.
Finicky?
These free should work, though. He looks to you, Kai, and says, finicky in the sense that it took me a while to get the dosage right. I can't promise that... How do I put this? Okay. We have free decay ampules. Whatever you tell me to point them at, because I will wait to be told what I should be pointing them at. Expect them to not survive. So don't ask me to use these on anyone or anything you want kept alive. That said, I don't know how strong they will be because, as I've said, these are prototypes and I'm working with what I can. So, it'll be the first time testing them on a human, is the best way I can say it. And Kate pipes up from behind Yuna as they say, I keep offering for her to test it on me, but she keeps saying no. And Yuna whirls around and looks to Kate and says, I would rather not be dealing with the corpse, it wouldn't even be a corpse at that point, of the melted slop, goop, remains of you if something goes wrong. Or rather, if something goes right, because if that happens, that means they're working as intended. And Kate just grins and says, I don't mind. And you can all see Yuna looks utterly exhausted as they just push their glasses up and say, anyways, we have
Sorry.
3 of those.
I feel that there might have been some detail missed there. How exactly are you going to be able to use them from back here in the facility?
Right, I guess I was going ahead and assuming that you were all okay with this. This is something I haven't mentioned to Miix yet either. I should... Let me call and see if she's available. And Yuna is going to send a message to you, Miix.
Yeah. What is that message?
It is essentially asking, meeting with the other managers at the moment, filling them in on what I filled you in on regarding the healing and decay ampules. I have something else I realized I need to ask you all. Can you come to the information team department?
Yeah, Miix will make her way over.
Absolutely. When you come in, Miix, you see that everyone is assembled, and Yuna is fiddling with the solitude gift as they say, right, I suppose now is as good as time as any to ask. I would like to come to District 23 with all of you.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
You want to come?
I've missed having you in the RV. It was nice to have someone on hand with technical experience.
It might be a little bit out of Yuna's pay grade.
I am well aware. that District 23's backstreets are a place that I, for one, would have never wanted and never do want to go to. However, these decay ampules. It is not that I do not trust the four of you with them. It is that if something goes wrong, there is absolutely... How do I put this? Without my presence there, if something goes wrong regarding them, I don't believe the four of you have the expertise that I do to handle things. Furthermore, these backstreets are very dangerous. If something happens, me being on hand means that I can make more healing ampules in the moment if I bring some of the materials from the tearful thing. There's only so much I can do in the in-between period while you're all gone, and if there's for some reason a issue that arises, there is no way to get more healing ampules to the rest of you. Furthermore, Pascal is not an option for using the decay ampules because at this point, that drone has been doing things that... it is unpredictable, shall we say, is the best way to put it. I would not trust the L Corp drone with decay ampules.
Be nice.
I am being nice. I am trying to ensure that all of you remain in one piece. I would like to come. I would like to be taken along. I realize I may be a liability and a hindrance. But I would hope that you all accept my offer. And Yuna bows their head a bit. The moment they do, two things happen. Kate pushes their head down with a grin, causing Yuna to fall face first on the floor, and Pascal does a little flip over their body.
Wow.
And beeps.
That was disrespectful. But
Holy shit.
yeah, shit.
Did they coordinate that?
I don't think so, which is the crazier part.
Prior does turn to Miix and go, Yuna is your agent, so it does come down to your final say, but I do actually think we could use the help.
Miix notes the pause and then says, Shh. Yuna, if you really think you'll be okay,
I think I will be fine. I've been training for that reason. I wouldn't ask if I hadn't been able to obtain gear of at least TEF level. So yes, I would like to come.
Okay. Miix takes in a deep breath and says, okay, if you want to come, then all right.
They nod their head and look to see if the rest of you have any objections or thoughts on this.
Prior says, welcome back to the RV, Yuna.
Prior does smile, Yuna does smile to you, Prior, and says, it's, good to be back, I suppose. I can't say I miss it, but perhaps they kind of blush as they look away and say, perhaps I miss all of your company a little. Well, I've been back here.
Well, if you're that determined, then as long as you're very careful. I suppose.
I will be careful. Don't count on me in a fight, all right? I can assist you all with healing, and I have the decay ampules at my disposal. However, if there is fighting, I will support you all from the back lines. Disregard
if Kai
my
can focus on tearing things apart rather than focusing on keeping us alive. That's one more opportunity for our enemies to fall.
fight. Yes, I guess this thing is kind of useless then. Yuna kind of looks to the lantern weapon in hand, but
Every weapon is useless until the situation falls apart and you need to wield it.
Perhaps don't say that then. If there's an enemy up in my face, then something has gone horribly wrong.
Right.
All
well,
right.
Good talk.
Is that everything?
I believe so, unless there's any other questions or concerns you all have for me.
No. If we need some spare change, could we pawn off some of these ampules? Prior saying it half as a joke.
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Even if you're joking, Prior, Yuna instantly cuts in, and there is panic on his face as he shakes his head and he says, do not sell those. They are not patented. It's fine that we're making them here because it's not as if we're making a profit off of them, as we aren't a wing any longer. But
Right. Making them for personal use.
yes,
Sell them, it becomes a business. We're violating patent laws. And that's how we get a claw. Got it.
yes, you already handled L Corp as it is, but I have a feeling their healing ampules being sold would probably not make the director very happy, and I would rather her be happy to look the other way from all of us.
Understood. Well, thankfully, District 23 should be a quick adventure. No more than a couple days out there, and I'm sure we'll be able to clear everything up. So, you won't even be away from the facility for that long.
That is reassuring, I suppose. Right, well, I should start getting prepared, as should all of you. I don't know when you all plan to head out, but I suppose we shouldn't stay here much longer.
I know we're heading out relatively soon. I have a little bit of time. But, well, if that's everything, I'm gonna leave. Bye.
Yuna just kind of gives you a small wave, and Kate, kind of leaning on Yuna's shoulders, peeks out at you and goes, "Bye, Merru! Tell Kit I said hi! Oh, also remind Kit that they owe me like 200 on."
I will remind Kit when you call me Manager Merru.
Manager Merru, can you remind Kit that they owe me 500 on?
You said 200.
No, it was
I
definitely
will say
500.
200. Goodbye, Kate.
Kate looks disappointed as you leave Merru and says, listen, I will get every single cent I can out of Team Captain Kit. I don't care how small the amount is. I refuse to let Kit ever get away with any amount of money.
Hell yeah. And Prior walks away.
Good luck with that. I think Kai too will walk away.
Kate beams and says, oh, Kai, by the way, I told your safety team clerks where they could find you, so they're all waiting in your office right now.
Oh. Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, no, they
Okay.
really want to see you.
Kai looks crestfallen. But there is no fighting it, outside of getting out of there as fast as possible and trying to duck people if he can remotely. Okay,
Absolutely.
thanks. Bye.
Hey, Kai, do you want to make me a quick...
Oh my god.
I will give you a choice. Reflex stealth to try to dodge through people, like dodge past people, or
Okay.
physique stealth to try to stealth your way by shoving anyone you come across really hard before they can scream where you are and taking off.
That's so crazy. You know what? I think Kai, generally speaking, has a decent relationship with the people that he works with, so I'm not keen on shoving everyone. I will do a reflex stealth.
Absolutely.
Alright.
It's a
This is
challenge
gonna
free.
Okay. I'm not gonna willpower this. I've just decided if I make it, I make it. It's over for me.
One success. Kai, the moment you walk out of the info team, there is a swarm of safety team clerks there that essentially start asking you to share everything about what's been going on. And I imagine that I leave it up to you how much Kai decides to share to them, but you will not be left alone as they'll pester you.
Yeah. Yeah, Kai will at the very least try to guide the mass somewhere that is not in the way of those actually trying to work, while he tries his best to obfuscate details of what the goings-on have been.
Absolutely. And Yuna then turns to Miix and says, well, boss, is there anything else you need from me?
I think I'm good for now. I've got a lot on my mind, so...
Yuna nods and says, I'm going to go handle a few things then. I'll see you around. And we'll leave the room. Kate skipping after them.
Miix will sit back at her desk and do work.
Absolutely. And Yuna is actually going to go find one of you. Merru,
Oh.
did you head
Okay,
back
okay.
to the control team department?
Yeah, Merru went back to his office, as he does.
Absolutely. As you're back there, Merru, you hear a knock on the door.
Yeah, sure. Meru will just lift his head up because he had just started to get himself settled. He just looks over at the door and goes, come in? Probably thinking it's like Kit. But Kit also doesn't always knock, so he's not sure.
The door opens, and rather than Kit being there, you see Yuna poking their head in as they say, Manager Merru, do you have a moment?
Yuna, you don't have your tag along, do you?
I managed to lose them.
Good. Shut the door and lock it.
Yuna immediately does so and says, no, that is a good idea. They would not knock. I think that they're a little busy right now enjoying Kai's suffering.
Well. Sit down if you want. Up to you.
Yuna looks as if they're about to take a seat, then looks like they can't. Like, the moment they sit, their leg starts bouncing, they stand back up, they sort of pace around a bit, and they say, I'd prefer to stand, if that is...
That's fine. I don't really care. Do what you want.
Alright, do you take a seat yourself, Merru? Or is Merru standing?
Oh, Meru's, he just sat down in his office chair, so he's sitting.
Absolutely.
He'll just turn it so, because one of those spinny chairs and the spinny part still does thankfully work. So he'll spin it a little bit so he's facing where Yuna's standing. And he'll just go, I'm weirdly popular today. But what's up?
Right, yes, not to take too much of your time or bother you, I just... And you can tell, Merru, that Yuna is shaking a little as they say, I wanted to ask you a bit about District 23's Backstreets, and while I know that Manager Prior also originates from there, I admit I wasn't keen to have to fight my way through his wave of clerks, and how should I put this? I believe that he might have a different view of the district than you do.
Yes, absolutely. I think you came to the right person, if you want to know about the district. Someone like Prior, and even Kai, who, was there for a while. I don't know much about the web, which is where we're going, but it's not just where we're going, from my understanding. I don't think they've ever had in District 23 to deal with the things that I did. So I would say I understand the district itself better, a bit more. I mean, I know there's a lot of rumors, which are some exaggerated, but stem from some truth. It's a pretty brutal place. That's why I was a bit, when you said that you want to come, I was like, you? Okay. But it's, how do I put this? There's a lot of fucked up shit there, I guess. Which, you could see in a lot of places, but it's, not great. It's kind of I'm not saying this, I'm saying this very seriously. It is a dog-eat-dog world. Figuratively or literally. Sometimes both at the same time. And you need to be on your guard. Thankfully, obviously you're not going alone, you're gonna be with 4 other people. And as we said earlier, we shouldn't be there for very long. So you're not going to have to deal with likely. I can't imagine having to deal with, the restaurants, the chefs, all of that. Thankfully, with the RV, we have actual, like, normal food to eat. And it's not that there's no normal food there. There is, but, like, you gotta know where to go, if you know what I mean. Like, if you see, like, certain don't take samples from people, don't all that kind of stuff, like, just don't do it, okay? And you're probably no offense, but, like, people, can usually tell when you're, like, a feather. So, but the good news is your gear. I think if people see a giant scary mouth on your gut, they might be a little deterred from starting shit with you. I'm not gonna lie, like, it brings, like, attention to you, but we already have attention brought to us considering, how we all look. But people are gonna see a bunch of mouths that are sharp and want to bite you, and they're not gonna want a piece of that, probably. And if they do, we're here.
Okay. I think I comprehend. I know of
Yeah.
the streets of flavor and the cannibalism, so expect to possibly be singled out for being a feather from a wing, but also
Maybe.
rely on the fact that your ego is capable, or rather my ego, but me talking about myself as your ego is enough to deter them because of the intimidation factor. That is good. I'd rather not test out just how well their weapons fare against it. So,
So, you should be fine as long as you don't bring too much unnecessary attention to you that makes you seem weak. If you get what I mean. But since you said you're not really going to be, coming in the front lines of any fights, that shouldn't really be much of a problem. And at the very least, like I said before, you came to the right person. And Merru will stand up now. He's on his feet now, and he will put a hand on his chest, and he'll go, "I am a very capable person. Like, I'm not the smartest or the strongest, but I'm scrappy. And I have the things I need to protect myself. I'm very, I work well with my ego, more or less. And I know I have extra things to help me with the aspects of my combat that I'm not, as adept, is that the word? Adept in, I think.
yes, that is. You actually got that correct. I'm surprised.
Merru looks for a second. Merru looks proud of himself, but then he deadpans and he goes, you're asking me for, like, advice and stuff. You could be a little nicer.
Yuna kind of flushes and goes, I wasn't trying to be, you know what? Never mind.
It's fine. I
wasn't
got the
trying to
word
be
right.
rude.
That's what matters.
Yeah.
I got the word right. That's what matters. What I'm trying to say, is, what I just said about myself, I can extend those things to you, just like I did before, when you were out in the city with us last time, and, just like I always have done for the other managers. I mean, I can't protect other people if I don't protect myself first, but that's why, I will take care of myself and what I need to do, and so then I can make sure that my pack, well, my my group, is okay. That's all I've ever done, and you are included in that group. Not just because you're one of the most important assets we have here, which you are, by the way, but because, well, and Merru pauses, and he was sounding pretty confident before, but he kind of, like, not freezes, but, like, buffers for a second, and he goes, you know, you're important to people here, you know. Kit always speaks highly of you, which, you know, they're nice. They've always been nice, but they're usually honest with me about people they don't like, but they honestly like you. So you should be proud of that because you're in good standing and in the good graces of the Merru approved strongest agent in the facility. And you know, it's true. And you know, I don't know what you and Miix got going on, but I know she cares about you too. So, you know, and other people do too. You know, people do. So I will protect you. Because people care about you and you're important to the mission. Both can be true. So I will do what it takes to make sure that you and I, of course, all of us, but talking about you, come back to the facility. I mean that. You know, I'm being honest. Like I'm selfish. I'm a piece of shit kind of, but I'm being honest right now. Like whatever, I know we've had issues, but like, you know, we're fine now. So I mean it when I say that I will do what I can, you know. I don't want you to get hurt. So
There is a genuine smile that surfaces on Yuna's face, and they say, Thank you, Merru. I do appreciate that. You know, I like Kit. Kit's actually been helping me a lot, adjusting to using this ego. So, you know, I owe that to them. They're extremely capable, stronger than anyone I think I've met before.
yes.
I don't quite know what is going on with Boss and I either. And Yuna looks away at that, their face reddening as they say, but regardless, I know Boss has my best interests at heart, and I do want to be able to help you all out too. I admit I wasn't fully honest about my reasons for wanting to come along. It's true that no one else can operate the decay ampules, and that if things need to be made on the fly, I can bring the unprocessed tears. I don't think bringing the tearful thing is a good idea, but I can bring unprocessed tears to make ampules while in the RV. However, I also admit that I know that the web and that District 23 is a very dangerous place, and it is a place that all of you have a lot that you'll need to grapple with. It is not that I sometimes do doubt your capabilities, but it's not necessarily...
Like us as a whole, or me specifically?
No, you all as a whole.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, no, I was not calling you out in particular. Actually, I think you're one of the more capable ones, but...
Good.
At least when it comes to fighting, not in utter regards. I think you're the least capable when it comes to actual intelligence and those sort of things, but... Yuna seems to realize what they're saying and says, I'm going to stop talking now. The point I'm trying to say, though, is you all have helped me before, and I want to do the same in return.
That makes sense. I mean, the first best thing that you can do to help us is staying alive. But you know, you're coming along with us, so doing what you can to help us while you're staying alive there is a good second best thing to do. You know, you got to do number 1, but you can also do number 2, if that makes any sense.
That does, I think.
Yeah, stay alive, number 1. Number 2, then you can help us. You can't help us if you're dead.
Got it.
You know, that's my philosophy. I can't help all of you. I can't protect all of you if I'm dead. I can't protect myself if I'm dead. So I gotta, you know, you gotta do that first. Then you do, you know, you do it. You know.
I know. I think I know. Yuna nods their head and says, "Right. Well, I will prioritize staying alive. After all, if I am dead, I guess that damns all of you too. So."
Yes, very much. But don't worry. That's why you will be protected.
Thank you, Merru. I will try not to be a hindrance to you.
Good. Well, was that everything? Was that all you needed? And you can tell Meru's been, as they've been talking this last part, Merru keeps eyeing the mouth on the ego armor.
Yuna seems to notice that you're eyeing that and looks down and says, do you have a question regarding the ego that I have equipped?
Kind of. I mean, so back in the day, I always wondered if you poked the eye on Prior's suit, if it would hurt him. Turns out the answer is yes. I think you were there when we figured that out.
Yes, I was.
I do. Were you the one who did it?
Was I the one who did it? Perhaps
I don't remember. I just know it hurt him.
Yes, it does seem like that is the case where ego is linked to your own body. It's both you and not you.
My question is if I have 2 questions. The first question, and Merru will pick up a little item on his desk. He goes, "I'm not gonna do anything. Don't worry. If I took an eraser and I fed it to your suit, what would happen?" You're a researcher, so I was just thinking to give you some thoughts that I had.
Well,
about ego.
I see. I mean, I was curious if I could feed the mouth. I haven't fed it items, or, you know, despite Kate's attempts, I haven't allowed them to put anything in the mouth because I do not trust anything Kate would like to put in the mouth, including their own body. I have fed it some food in the cafeteria. It does eat the food. How do I put this? I can tell that I have been fed, but I do not feel full. It's been agonizing, in fact. I've always just struggled to eat. I just often would forget while I was doing research, and I'm constantly hungry now. And eating doesn't help. I don't even think, it's not as if my body is even benefiting from anything that I consume. It's almost as if all of it is going to the suit. I mean, this is when I have the suit on, of course. I don't wear it for over, I believe 6 hours is the approved period I have to be wearing this ego.
Yeah. That would check out. Usually, you can wear it longer. Well, there's quote unquote approved hours. You can wear it longer when you're more used to it. Like I wear Magic Bullet all the time, because I'm so used to it. I would recommend when we're, obviously when we're in the RV, only wear it when you absolutely have to, if it makes you really hungry.
Yes, that is the plan. I imagined I would only be putting it on when we leave the RV, and that I would be discarding it. Well, yes, I would discard it while we were in the RV, and I would put it on when we are leaving the RV to handle whatever business there is.
Yeah, that's probably the best idea. But that was my first question. My second really was just double checking that I trust. Obviously, I trust Kit. If Kit's been helping you, that's good. I would recommend you probably should go talk to them more before we leave, just to, if they can help you with any last minute things, preparing to potentially use your ego for anything. But just double checking, you're all like good, right? Like it's not making you like go crazy or anything.
I believe I am good. I do hear voices. Well, not quite voices. There's this almost constant crying in the back of my head. It's rather disconcerting. It's these babbles. And sometimes it cries. It's just this endless wail. It only gets really loud and becomes a bother when I'm particularly stressed. But that's one of the things I have had to deal with. I suppose that I've also... It's not quite a voice that I've heard, but there has been a hunger. I can't tell which one is causing it, though, or if the hunger comes from both of them.
Probably both. Oh,
and occasionally I can hear the old lady. She's one of the few abnormalities. Oh?
Oh, I didn't realize the glasses came from...
Yes, no, those are... I have, for the longest time, I was only doing work with one sin, and then I was approved to do work with the old lady, so those are really the only two abnormalities I have ever worked with.
Okay, well... That doesn't sound too... what's the word? That doesn't sound too surprising. Especially given that it's a relatively new ego for you. It's not uncommon even now to like hear. You're basically like kind of like wearing its skin is how I've always seen it. So it makes sense that you'll kind of hear like it talking in a way. I mean, now you know what it's like for me. You used to. I'm pretty sure you scolded me at least once about yelling at my gun. Now you know why.
Yes,
I mean, it's a bit different for me and Freischutz, but the gun was definitely it.
I suppose I should apologize on that, given I did not realize just what a toll ego takes on your psyche.
Well, yeah, that's why I was double checking, because at least I could be so wrong about this, but like if you, at least what helps me when I hear it and I hear the voice and then like I kind of talk back, and then it kind of doesn't become as bad, because if it gets really, really bad, then you kind of forget how to like kind of like think for yourself, at least for me. And sometimes you can, it's weird, you can kind of use the weird things the ego does to kind of, I guess in a way, sometimes it felt like it helped me at the time. But normally you should just kind of remind yourself that you were you and you were thinking like you. So if you start babbling random shit, I'm not gonna like make fun of you.
Huh. Well, that is appreciated. I'd rather avoid that, and I'm not quite sure how to talk back to a thing that just cries and babbles, but I might...
You'll figure it out in time.
Well, I suppose I did deal with the tearful thing after all. Though the tearful thing is much more pleasant than the fetus is. I suppose that's all then. Manager Merru, I had to speak with about. unless you have any
Oh.
other questions for me, I suppose I should go find Kit.
No, I think I'm good. And Merru will dig through one of his drawers and pull out 2 little hard candies. He'll toss a red one at Yuna, and then he'll go, Should I give another one to the... And he points at the ego suit. I'm weirdly, I feel in a decent mood now. I can give 1.
Yuna, when you toss it at Yuna, Yuna stumbles with 1 success. You know what? Yuna's gonna try to catch that. No. Yuna stumbles and it falls to the ground, and Yuna just kind of looks sadly down at the hard candy.
Well, it's in a wrapper. You can pick it up.
Oh, right. Yuna goes to pick up the hard candy, and then pops it into their mouth and says, I guess you can feed it if you'd like to.
Okay. Merru will grab another red one, because Merru doesn't like the red ones. He doesn't like red flavor. And he'll walk over to Yuna, because he's not gonna try to toss it. He's in a weirdly better mood than he was earlier, probably because he's not talking to one of the other department heads. It probably actually helped him to talk to somebody else. But he's not gonna maybe embarrass himself by trying to throw the hard candy. So instead he'll walk over he'll walk over to Yuna, and with his prosthetic he'll just lightly toss it.
Absolutely, and you're gonna toss it into the mouth of Nameless Fetus?
Yeah.
The Nameless Fetus ego suit, rather?
Yeah.
Let me roll to see how this thing, moves on its own. 3 successes. It seems to move on its own. The teeth almost seem to pop out of the suit for a moment as it snatches up the candy and swallows it down. And Yuna pales even more than they already are and just says, I don't think I will get used to that anytime soon.
Well. Merru was watching that curiously, and he just goes, well, the good thing is I'm not going to do that when we're in the RV. I'm not feeding that thing my food. Our food. I was just curious, I guess, a little bit. And it's just a hard candy. So. Well. Anyway, that's all. Go. When you can, go find Kit. Have them help you do any last-minute training. Because you will need it.
Yes, I suppose I will. Yuna's shaking a bit, but they turn back to look at you and say, thank you, Merru. I'm going to hopefully avoid Kate. And with that,
Good luck.
Yuna will head out of your office, Merru.
Yeah. Sure. I guess when the door shuts, Merru, I think he'll breathe like a sigh of relief, because he does actually feel a bit better, like I said. He will, at his desk, he will grab another hard candy and pop it into his own mouth and then get back to work.
Absolutely. And as you get back to work, Merru, you may all, thanks to Affinity, gain an additional sin point. And Miix, you are working in the information team department at the moment, correct?
Yes.
Yuna is headed back over there.
Oh.
And will poke their head in and say, boss, are you busy at the moment, or is there anything you need help with?
Oh, Yuna, great. Yeah, so if you could take care of those files on that desk right over there. I also need you to check in on the last 3 agents who did work with nothing there, and also want to make sure that old lady is taken care of. Um, let's see. And then I need to make sure that all the ego gear that we are making so far is either being used or being stored properly. And let's see. Also, I've got to make sure that we've got all our logs up to date, because people can sometimes put the files in the wrong place. Like, there we go. And we put that there. Let's
Boss.
see. Right. Yeah, give me a sec, Yuna. Sorry. Okay. And then, oh my God, Madeline, why'd you put that there? And then glad I got this email.
Boss, I know you have a lot on your plate at the moment, but I
Yuna,
need.
give me 1 second. Just finish up real quick. Okay. And then we put this there. Okay.
Boss,
I need to print these papers.
what are we?
Miix freezes. What do you mean, what are we? I'm your boss and you're my employee.
I mean, and you can tell any backbone she had for a moment seems to almost crumple a little bit under her as you look at her and say that. But she takes a deep breath and says, I mean, I am your employee and you're my boss, but I also, I just, you and I, I don't know if we, if there's, I guess, I feel...
Do I what? And Miix takes a moment and then finally, looks over at Yuna.
I care very deeply about you, Miix, and I can't tell sometimes what you consider our relationship outside of the professional sphere to be.
You're a dear comrade. You're someone I trust a lot. Miix puts runs a hand through her hair. Something tells me that's not the answer you're looking for.
I suppose I just, maybe I misread your intentions or how you felt on things. I've never been very perceptive in that regard, at least when it...
Yuna. Miix looks up at Pascal. Pascal, could you go monitor the hallway for a bit?
Pascal looks down and beeps and slowly drifts out of the room, looking back at you.
Miix looks over at Yuna again. I guess I should have seen this coming.
It's, if it's too forward, or I just... Listen, I have no idea what's going to happen to us, or to you, or to me going forward. I'm well aware that any of us could die at any time, and I have, feelings of an unprofessional nature towards you, Miix, that are, not like ones I have necessarily put into words before, and I am not sure, Yuna just kind of looks down defeated and says, I really like you, Miix.
Miix puts one hand on her hip and the other running through her hair as she tilts her head. She looks conflicted. Do you want part of the truth or do you want the whole truth?
Yuna squeezes her eyes shut before she pushes up the glasses on her nose and says, I would rather have the full truth. And she opens her eyes to look at you.
What is the expression on her face, if I may ask? What does Miix see when she looks into Yuna's eyes?
When you look into Yuna's eyes, Miix, you see that Yuna is struggling to meet your gaze fully, but is doing her best to. She looks nervous and afraid, as if she's expecting to be hit with ridicule and hatred. She looks like she is hopeful, as if she hopes that your feelings are the same, but she also looks almost relieved that she finally got out what was building up inside, and that it has been said, and that has been placed before you, and that it is now in your hands for you to do as you will.
Miix sees this, and then her face softens, and she says, Yuna, there was someone who was very dear to me back when the facility was running like a normal facility. Her name was Jessica. She was a good person. And she cared about me a lot. And I was so not what she deserved. And I was cruel to her. I don't know if she'd agree with me even now, but she was sweet.
I'm glad that she was.
Now, Yuna, she's part of the reason why I'm hesitant. Not because I have or ever really had any feelings of that nature, but because I don't want to hurt anyone else like that.
I understand.
Because I don't want to hurt you like that. Because I don't want to do something like that, but it looks like Miix sighs and looks at the ground. It looks like I did it again. Without meaning to. Sorry.
Yuna shakes her head and says, "No, Miix, I'm sorry for dredging up those old feelings.
No, Yuna, listen to me. Wait, before you say anything else, just listen. I want to tell you what you want to hear. I want to so badly. But I can't. Because I don't know if I just don't know if I can yet. I want to, but I don't think I'm there yet. But you're important to me, Yuna. You are. And Miix rubs the back of her neck before she says this, and she can't really look Yuna in the eye as she says, I do want to make you mine, but I can't do that yet, you know?
Yuna's face goes red at that. But they take a moment, they take a deep breath, and they say, I do get it.
I know it's cruel to ask you to wait. I don't want you to wait on me. But the part of me that says I don't want you to wait on me is the part that cares about you. And the part of me that's selfish really hopes you will. You know? But if you are gonna wait, maybe I can do at least this much. And Miix will step forward and embrace Yuna.
Yuna steps into your embrace, Miix, holding you close and says, I understand. And when Yuna speaks, you can see the fear has slipped from their face and is replaced with this relief and this calm as they say, I trust you on that. It's not fair of me perhaps to have brought this up with everything going on. If things go poorly, I just didn't want to die with that left unsaid. I have no intentions of dying, but I didn't want to leave anything left unsaid. I
know.
I do agree. At the moment, both of us have obligations and responsibilities to this facility, to the people here. And so, I am willing to wait. And I honestly think it is best that we do.
Yeah.
They just kind of
Miix
let out a
will-
breath, and you can see that, like, there's just this relief over them as...
Miix will, smile. And then she nuzzles into Yuna's neck for a moment. And some time passes. And then she actually steps back. And she smiles and she says, "You might want to cover that up with the collar."
Yuna blushes and adjusts the collar of her ego suit and says, "Right, well, I suppose I should get back to work now. Thank you, Miix."
You're cute.
I find you to be rather attractive. Yuna starts walking in the other direction.
You can tell Pascal you can come back in now.
Pascal, you can see, is beeping. It has been waiting outside the door the entire time.
Sorry, buddy, but if I let you in, then, well, let's just say some things are better for private time.
Pascal beeps.
And, Miix will sit back down. Yeah, Miix will sit back down at her desk, and as she does her work, she rubs her thumb over her lips and remembers that sensation and then goes back to work.
Absolutely. And as you go back to work, Miix, managers, it is almost time for you all to depart. Is there any final things anyone would like to take care of in the facility?
If no one else has anything urgent, I know we're reaching the end. Could we check in on Prior in his office for a moment? I think he might have a few things to express before we go.
Absolutely. Prior, you are in your training team office. And it is busy as it always is. You have had clerks coming in and out throughout the entire day. And just when you thought you had a moment to breathe, you can hear knocking on the door.
Bags of shadows are underneath Prior's eyes as he rubs them away, as he puts down another stack of marked paper, another training team decree, another signed off form for fortitude increase across the facility, another requisition for food. He's had his EuroDBA tablet on the other side of him, and he has pulled up Berg's number 6 or 7 different times, and every time he does, he holds it there for a moment before he simply puts the tablet back down. Without missing a beat, he stands up and then sits down. He needs to just think for a little bit. Something's wrong, and he knows it. Something hasn't felt right. But there's no time to stop, and there's no time to think. Too many people need him, and he doesn't have enough hours in the day. He gets up, and he opens the door to his office with a focused, driven expression pushing away the urge to sleep into the depths of Neo's gears inside of him. Hello. Sorry. Report, Clerks.
And Prior, you see that there is a couple of clerks, and along with them are Alice and Aiden. And they all say, Mr. Prior, we wanted to come see you and just report on some things. The clerks kind of look to Aiden, who steps forward and says, right, no, we're all really, really glad to see you again, Mr. Prior. We've missed you a lot.
I've missed you all as well. You've been doing an admirable job. I've been reading the reports. Excellent work keeping the statistics down, running the training in my absence. You followed my reports to the letter, and you've held down the fort well. I'm glad I could entrust my orders to you all. You've carried them out without a single deviation, and the results have spoken for themselves.
They all beam at this. You can see that they're very, very happy at the praise, glowing at it even. And Aiden kind of gives a nod and says, yes, Mr. Prior, we're doing our best here. I'm working hard, so maybe one day I can even become an agent. And I admit we are here because, there's been... He kind of looks back at the others, and Alice gives him an encouraging nod as he turns back and he says, there's been a little bit of a concern among everyone. Miss Ange, we know that she's playing it cool, and we know that she means well, and she's doing her best to keep us all safe. But we have noticed that it's been a struggle to keep the facility together with how far along you all have been gone. I know I'm rather new here, but the others have said the same, where it's apparently usually you all aren't away for this long, and the facility back a while ago, before Alice and I were here, apparently that was fine and it was able to handle things. But this recent trip of yours, it apparently took longer than everyone thought it would be, and there's been a little bit of trouble. There's been more breaches than usual. I mean, everyone has it handled. Miss Ange is working super hard, and I know that the team captains are always doing their best as well. But we're all a little bit worried. We were really looking forward to when you got back.
There's a reason I got right back to work. Miss Lady Ange is doing her absolute damnedest. This is a tough job for anyone. Our work out there is critical to ensuring that everything can run smoothly, and I'm aware I have a very limited amount of time when I get back. It's why I've been focusing so much on just getting these work orders approved, writing up something new, managing the stem of information and the flow of documentation. Everyone is doing their absolute hardest, their absolute best to keep everything moving. And you all can be assured that I am doing my part. We have a difficult role here in the training team. All of you do. And Aiden, your aspirations to become an agent are the blood that keeps this facility flowing. We need new talent, and we need people willing to step up. You have proven yourself time and time again, resourceful and dedicated. You all have. And your advocacy for your peers is a sign of leadership. It's something I should make sure I foster the next time I return. But for now, we have a role to play, and we can't deviate from it. There's too much change happening too fast, and we need to adapt to it. We need to keep this facility together. We need to remain strong in the face of adversity. So if there's anything I can do for you all, I have a minute. And he puts down the paper, picks up his cup of coffee, and takes a sip and says, I will do what I can, how I can do it. report your concerns. I will take them to heart.
Thank you, Mr. Prior. Right. Well, and Aiden will essentially launch into things and go, we know that you can't stay for much longer since you all need to get out and get more golden bows, but I suppose we've been a little bit worried about some of the containment units and just continuing to strengthen the locks. There's been some, and it's a lot of just little things, like in your absence, you know, your team captain has been doing their best, but you can tell without you there, they have their complaints. After all, your team captain can't replace you, Prior, and they miss the well-oiled machine and how things operated when you were back in charge. There's a couple of things, like some clerks are worried about delays and problems with that going on in the facility, specifically in the training team, while you've been gone.
Every time Prior leaves, the well-oiled machine starts to lose its grease. Every time he comes back, he oils the wheel as best he can. Yes. Prior nods along, and he understands very quickly that this place cannot stay together. This team cannot stay together without him. He acknowledges that. They need him. And hearing Aiden's concerns, he nods along and puts a comforting hand on the man's shoulder. Thank you. I will address all of these before I leave. I know I don't have much time. I'll start writing some decrees. I'll transfer some power around. I can see the issues. We're going to need new materials. I'll speak to my son. I'll get the next shipment over here, including some of the tools you'll need. I'll have a moment to speak with those few agents before I go and remind them of their responsibilities and duties. I'll reorient the time cards. I'll shuffle around some scheduling. I'll handle this all. I can see the logic in your words. You can leave the specifics to me. I understand how this place runs. I know every single person in it. I know their dreams and I know their ambitions. And I know what they need to be on their best. I will manage it. I always do, and I always have. We are the glue that holds together the personnel of this facility. Our role extends beyond our department, especially now that we face such a never-before-seen crisis. It is our cooler heads and your focus, your dedication, your commitment to the plans that I have drawn up that have averted disaster up until this point.
They are listening with rapt attention, Prior, to your every word and to your command. You can tell there is a relief that comes into these people's faces, hearing you make all those promises, hearing that you will take care of those things and take care of them, and they nod their heads, and Aiden smiles at you and says, "Thank you, Mr. Prior, from all of us. We really, really appreciate it. And I and Alice both owe you our lives, and all of us here do. So thank you for making sure we're all safe."
Prior can't meet their eyes, so instead he looks down into the ripples of his coffee cup, and his brow draws itself into a crease for a moment before he slams back what remains of his coffee, stands up, brushes off his ego, and meets their gaze with dedication. It is the responsibility and the duty of those with the ability to change the world to change it. You have given me a gift. You have entrusted your wills to me. You have entrusted your lives to my command. I owe you all a duty that cannot be shaken and will not be changed. You deserve, in return for your dedication, nothing less than a paradise. You deserve a facility that will run and keep you safe. And you deserve a leader who will do anything and everything to ensure your lives are the best they can be. I don't know if I can live up to that, but I will try, as I always have. In this world, being good means doing good for good people. I promise when I leave this facility, I will return with the tools I need to give you all the lives you deserve, that you should have always had. Alice and Aiden, you suffered so much at the hands of an uncaring and unfeeling city. I know that to you my intervention was something special, but in the world that should be, the intervention I did for you should have been what every single person was expected to do. This world is cruel and calloused, but we will not be. This world is broken and filled with filth, but we need not be the same. All of us are better than that. We are of a different kind of mentality. We see the filth and the corruption, and we will not be swayed by it. We see the darkness and the evil that lurks in the city, and we will not succumb to it. We will make a better world, a world built on the ashes of those who would make it a twisted, terrible fate, who would torture the innocent for their own cruel and malicious machinations. You look at me as if you expect me to make things better, and by God, if I cannot live up to that, then I do not deserve to live at all. You all expect me to be a great man. I will become that. I will not return to this facility of failure. I will return to it empowered with the tools that are needed to save us all. You expect nothing less from me. You all expect something greater than me. You all expect that I can be the man you see. I will become it. I will do whatever it takes to be that hero you all need me to be. And all I ask in return is you keep that kindness in your heart. You continue to help your fellow agent, your fellow man. You continue to spread kindness despite the cruelty you might meet in return. Because if you all can do the goodness and the kindness, then you can leave to me all the things that need to be put into place so that you can be the good that changes this world. I will draw up the designs. You must simply build it. Can I entrust you all to do that?
There is a chorus of voices. You can, Mr. Prior! And Prior, it seems as you've been speaking to them, you can see more and more of your clerks out in the hall who must have heard what was happening and poked their heads in. You can feel that sea of gazes on you, and you can see the smiles on their faces and the cheers at what you have promised of them and what they have agreed to do.
There is no swelling in his heart as he feels the weight of all those lives pushed down upon his shoulders, but he straightens his back regardless, because The hero they need wouldn't bend. The hero they need wouldn't break. And he will not fail to live up to the expectations others have placed on him. This time it will be different. This time, he will make the right choice. And Ange will be proud of him, and his clerks will be proud of him, and the managers will be proud of him, and never again will he be such a wretched, helpless soul. There is no joy in being a good person, because the good person must do what is required, even if it harms them. And so Prior takes that responsibility onto himself, because the world he will make will be one worth living in, and he will enjoy all the fruits of his labor when the great work is done. He will watch that sunrise with Ange, because that is a promise that is beautiful and unchanging. That is a future that he will build with his own two hands.
And Prior, that future is one. You know that to reach, you'll need to live up to the promise you made to Ange. The clerks here, with their cheers and the smiles on their faces, will eventually disperse. Some of them, of course, try to chat for longer, sharing whatever they will with you, but they know you're a busy man, and they know you have to head out soon. And as you have a brief moment to yourself, though not to relax, I imagine, as you have so much to get done before heading out, the crown of thorns hasn't loosened its grip at all on your head.
You think I don't know that something's wrong? You think I don't know that for whatever reason you are disappointed in what I'm doing? You think your sting doesn't hurt me? It does.
If the abnormality can hear you, it does not answer.
It will never respond because you won't answer me. If you had just given me an answer, I wouldn't have to do all this. If you had just told me who I needed to be and what I needed to do, I wouldn't be fumbling around in the dark trying to figure it out for myself. So yes, something about this feels wrong. But nothing else feels right either. So no matter how many times I got on my knees before you, no matter how many times I spoke to you, no matter how many times I would have let you change my mind, my words fly up, my thoughts remain below. So stop this now. I imagine Onsen has no answer for him.
It does not.
And so, Prior remains, chained to his desk, tied to his work, lost in his thoughts.
And Prior, I imagine you remain there until all of you gather together in the RV, ready to head out and to leave. Unless there is any final things, managers, that you have to do back at the facility. I believe it is time for you to all set out on the road.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're all good. Or at least I'm all good.
Yeah.
There's nothing more to say, nothing more to do.
Absolutely. Managers, you all say your farewells to the agents in the facility. You have all had a chance to speak with the abnormalities that you wish to speak to. And as you all pile into the RV with Yuna accompanying you all, what is the thought at the forefront of your character's mind as you all travel into District 23?
If I can go first.
Absolutely.
I think Merru has a lot of things he's thinking about a lot of things he's thinking about at once. I know he brought his little book with him again for when he'll hopefully be able to go to his own hometown. Even if he does feel a bit of apprehension about going back, but he's thinking that maybe going back there will help him feel better. He's never known what to do about his grief, but beyond his deal with Reddy, maybe visiting home one more time might help him move on in a way, maybe. And I guess that also makes him think a bit of Vienna too, because he knows she's not going to be happy that they're going back after she told him to stay away, but he has a job to do at the end of the day, so I think all he can really ask for is that he'll get the job done and hope it's a quick trip. So I guess as they get ready to start back in the RV, Merru will settle in and I guess fiddle a bit with his pendant, closed pendant, as he thinks about all of that. And yeah, that's what's on his mind.
Hi.
Kai is worried. The same concerns that he expressed to Happy Teddy Bear about his old relationships resurfacing, about who might see him, the people he disappeared on without a notice. I don't think he's dreading seeing everyone by virtue of who they are, but he fears how they'll react to who he's become and what they're setting out to do. Just a nervous anticipation, I think.
Prior.
Prior is returning home to what was his home for so long, to the people he left behind once that he had promised to help. Perhaps he can help them yet again. This need not be the end. If they can be saved and he can save them, maybe the web can still be a home yet again. But before all that, he has one thing to do. Find Neo in whatever state it's in and understand what to do next with it.
And Nyx. Yuna is probably sitting in the passenger seat, I imagine, beside you. They have been rather quiet, though they are shaking a little. And they have left the info team in Kate's hopefully capable hands. They have their vial of tears from the tearful thing. They've distributed the ampules among you all, and the decay ampules are tucked in a special pouch for emergency use. And we go to you, Miix, and any final thoughts you have.
Miix thinks about everything they went through. Thinks about the things up ahead. The web. And there, inside the web, is him. And it's been a long time. A very long time. How he is, what he's done, the life he was forced to live because of Miix. All of that is something she will have to face when she sees her brother again. She sees Abel again. And so she waits for that moment. That moment when Cain and Abel meet again.
Miix, you remember the pendants that were never meant to meet. You feel the ice on your cheek grow cold. And you remember too when Snow Queen said there would come a time for your test. The four of you, 5 with Yuna, in silence, travel towards the district. And as we cross the border into L Corp's District 23, I think this is a perfect place to end our session. Thank you all so much for coming. Please give my players all the love and support. They deserve it. They are all incredible. And I hope you are all excited for the next session.